Very good afternoon to you once again, my brothers. This is Community Leader Albert Baldeo, the first district leader, first representative to be elected in the United States of America, the diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora. In 2004, we crossed that hurdle, and since then, we have achieved representation. We've had folks getting into office. So I want you all to join the live, share the live, join my platform, join my group, so that way we can continue to bring news and discussions and things of that nature. Whilst I wait for the folks to join, um, I'm gonna be prepare my notes to go live. I'm broadcasting simultaneously on TikTok, broadcasting also on this other.
Who are you?
And I said, um, sorry, that's a wrong connection. We are on talking about the Guyana tragedy. So
Okay.
we're sorry about that. You can
Who are you?
you can
Albert Baldeo.
yes, I'm in New York here. We're doing a live on the Guyana tragedy. So by mistake, I
Okay.
believe that you came into the group. How are you? Nice meeting you.
I'm fine. Uh,
Which part of the world are you in?
what?
Where are you call? Where are you from?
I'm from Pakistan.
Oh, very good. The land of Imran Khan, eh? Do you
Yeah,
play
yeah, yeah,
cricket,
yeah,
eh?
yeah. You know Imran Khan?
Yes, we're very familiar with cricket. I'm from Guyana.
Oh,
Guyana,
very
yes,
nice.
yes. Kanai, Kali Charan, Clive Lloyd, yes. I admire Zaire Bass, Imran Khan, Majid Khan, Mushtaq Muhammad, all these great people. Great
Yeah, yeah,
cricketers
yeah,
for
yeah.
Pakistan. So I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
broadcasting now on an issue we've had in Guyana called the Barima tragedy. And you're welcome to join us. But we'll just
Nice,
ask you
nice.
to kindly log out. Another day we're gonna have a cricket only.
Nice,
So
nice,
nice meeting.
nice.
Salam alaikum. Inshallah.
Walaikum
And
salam.
hope you're doing good, brother.
Yes, yes.
Stay
Inshallah.
blessed.
Okay.
Inshallah.
Background, your background, Gandhi?
Yes, only for the religious philosophy of fighting.
Oh,
He helped
yes.
us to have a voice, Indians. I don't agree with everything he says, but at the same time,
Yes.
Martin Luther King, Cherry Jagan, so on too. We have our own heroes. Barack
Yeah, yeah.
Obama, you like him?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They have done their part, you know? They've done their part.
Yeah.
So I think I got into the fact room here. So let me try to take you out so I can get on with the broadcast.
Okay.
Um, so how can you log out?
What?
How can you log out so I can get to the broadcast? Because we entered you by mistake. Yes.
Okay, okay.
So we're broadcasting on this issue of Guyana. Guyana has had a tragedy, and we're broadcasting on that.
Okay.
So um, we're trying to get as much people to join whilst we talk. In the meantime, trying to get as many people to join our broadcast um,
On Albert
whilst we speak. Albert Baldeo.
Baldeo. Where are you from?
I'm from Guyana.
Guyana. Oh,
Guyana, but I live in
nice.
America, the United States. So I'm what you call a Guyanese American or an American Guyanese, whichever way.
Nice.
Yes. As you know, the world is very connected. So this is what we
How
have
do
to
you
get.
do? Do you do?
No, Urdu, no. Sorry.
Okay.
So good night, everybody. I'm about to go live on this broadcast, and I'm just waiting on the live. Share the live and share to everyone so that they can also join. So you can log it, brother. It's okay. You can log it now.
Okay, okay, okay.
Thank you very much. Salam
Okay,
alaikum.
thank you.
Thank you too.
Walaikum salam.
Yes.
Okay, okay. God bless you. God
God
bless you.
bless you and stay well.
Okay, Allah Hafiz, Allah Hafiz.
Allah. Inshallah. Yes. So I'm sorry about that. I have to be careful how we invite. He's a very nice man from Pakistan. I have that touch, that common touch of speak to anybody. I've met him for the first time on this broadcast. And now I'm asking everyone to join me on the live. I see Gopal saying, how are you, Avi Sahadio? How are you, brother? How's the cricket in Florida? I hope I can come down there and add another century or two to my list. As you know, I have the largest amount of softball hundreds. They call me the Sachin Tendulkar of softball cricket. And I'm hoping to come to Florida after we have solved some issues here, Avi, and a voice for the voiceless. Thank you, brother. That's what I'm here for, to be a voice for the voiceless. Yes, and in many voiceless, in both senses of the word, Avi, in both senses of the word, we have voiceless. You have some who have died, some who can no longer speak, and some who are afraid to speak. But I, as an elected representative of the people for trademark years, over 3 decades, I'm not afraid to speak. As a matter of fact, I am their voice and I am their conscience. So as long as conscience dictates that we speak, Avi and others, we are going to make sure that we speak. Okay? So I see you bowling. You bowl a very good. You both some very good deliveries. But you know, I'm very quick on my feet. I am like Gary Sobers, Rowan Kanai, Alvin Calitron. We play with our feet. You know, we move. Sunil Gavaskar, Brian Lara, and with that foot play, it's difficult for you to tie us up with spin or pace. And we have what you call the eagle eye sight. Although I'm fairly old now, but I can assure you that we have the eyesight, the reflexes, and we play magnificently. You know, we're crowd pleasers, as all people from Port Miranda all are. So nice talking to you again, Avi. And let us get to this program now, and let us talk about this Barima tragedy. This tragedy is not going to go away. So all I'm telling folks is that we have to keep abreast of it. We have to unite as a country. This is a problem that includes all of us, and we have to now make sure that we can take charge of this situation. Now, a lot of people have called me and told me that they are scared to speak because Guyana, when you speak, you get ostracized. So I would ask you, you still have the freedom of speech in Guyana. You have all rights. You have freedom of the press, freedom to communicate. And I urge you all as Guyanese to speak. I urge everyone there. The American ambassador must not be the only person to speak. The Canadian ambassador, the German ambassador, the whosoever ambassador is there. You are the person that have to speak. Someone asked if I know Brian Lara. Yes, I know Brian Lara. I've taken photographs of him. I've talked to him. I knew him since he was 20 years old at Board. I met him before I came to the United States. And I always encouraged him that one day he would be the greatest batsman in the world because he wasn't being picked. And I told Brian Lara, Europa, that if you continue to dedicate yourself to a field, even though you may fail, even though you may fall, as many of us have fallen, you got to pick yourself up. That is a story of champions. As a matter of fact, the great men have said it's not when you fall or how you fall. It's about how you pick yourself up when you fall. How you get up back and fight. That is a hallmark of a champion. That is a measure of greatness. That is a measure of success. That is a measure of resilience. People only know of you when they see a successful person. Nobody knows you when they always say that success has millions of friends, but defeat has um, enemies, meaning that everybody will know you when you're successful. Everybody will know you when you become somebody. But nobody knows you when you're in your dark hours, when you've fallen, when you have suffered, and when you're yearning for that kind of encouragement. Because that is how things are. That is how humankind is. They never pick you up in your dung, but they will laud you. And so success has 1,000 friends. Defeat is a pauper, meaning you have no friends when you're down and out. And the greatness, as Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all these great people have said, the measure of a person is not how they stand in terms of defeat and controversy, but how they pick themselves up and how they handle situations that need to be handled. And that is the greatness of people, and we all strive to do that. So let's get on with this Barima tragedy. And there's a place called Barama in Guyana. There is a MV Barima too. So I don't know. Sometimes I get a little bit mixed up with the the spelling, and so forth. So for what it is, when we say MV Barima, we're talking about this unprecedented tragedy that occurred in Guyana. This situation that left us all stunned, left over 100 people dead, and one that cries out for reform. One that cries out for reform, one that cries out for compensation, one that cries out for solutions, and one that must be addressed by the government. So let's start now and get my purpose here is not to hold a brief for Mr. Mohammed, the government, the PNC, the PVP, or anybody else. I am a leader elected as a community leader and um, judicial delegate in New York City here, and I've been that since 2000. I've been holding those positions at certain levels. So I'm my own person. So the views that are expressed here are solely my own, and it's not in favor of anybody else. But I must tell you this: they're independent, it's guided, and it's done by research. Because I always research my areas, and I always take calls from folks who tell me, Albert, can you speak up for me? You have helped us a lot, but we are not here to um, to talk because we're scared. So let us talk about this developments, and let us take a conversation to a level and to a step where everyone in Guyana and those concerned about the Barima tragedy can get some sort of solace, solidarity, consolation, and solutions. Now I'm going to talk about the inquiry. Let's talk about the Commission of Inquiry. This inquiry, of course, is a necessary one, but it must not be the end all and be all of this tragedy. As a matter of fact, the ship has to be pulled up from the waters. It has to be brought to sea as Exhibit A, as I said, in any inquest, commission of inquiry, any kind of trial, any kind of civil case, any kind of fact finding. You must have the vessel in order for it to be evaluated, in order for it to be tested, and in order for it to find out what happened there. Really, we know what happened, but at the same time, we need a corroborative and institutional evidence that will help us to make a decision informed on the basis of what's going on. So the inquiry, the commission of inquiry is not the end all. It must continue to have other inquiries, whether there's going to be an inquest, and more importantly, we have to have an exact situation where more than one person sits on the commission of inquiry. As I said, the commission of inquiry consists only of people from overseas, people who are not there, and therefore we have to get our own experts. We have a lot of people in Guyana who know these waters. Have a captain there who knows about Guyana. He's captained that vessel for 12 years, as we talked about it last time, and he must also be part of the inquiry. He must also be Exhibit B, as I said. The captain who captained it for 12 years, he's Exhibit B. Exhibit A is the ship itself. Exhibit C, I would say, is a gentleman by the name of Royal Frank. I don't know how many of you have heard Mr. Royal Frank, but Mr. Royal Frank has come out and talked. He was on the boat. It's like a dying declaration. His body has not been found. But Royal Frank was on that boat. His video is all over. I'm going to play it on another. I don't have it on me here, but I've saved it. I've saved it for the relatives who've been consulting me on this matter and who need legal help. You could say, if you're with me, drop a hello in the chat. If you are looking at me, then drop a hello in the chat so I can hear you. I can hear you, and I can see you, and I can know that you have joined and that you're part of this group. So if you're not hearing me, just indicate that and tell me that you're hearing me loud and clear, as we have just started our broadcast and our update on the MV Barima tragedy. And just let me know, Deborah Murray, that you're hearing me, and that I see you like the live, so therefore mean that you are hearing me. I imagine so. So Royal Frank was a passenger on the MV Barima. And Royal Frank called someone who recorded his voice and recorded his message. And Royal Frank said, you know what? This boat is overcrowded. This boat, I'm paraphrasing here, but the words to that effect. This boat is overcrowded, and the captain had taken on more people, and the boat is already near to the water. The water can come into the deck. So the problem here is that that situation means that Rolf Frank has given us contemporaneous evidence at the time of this mishap. Whether you want to liken it to a dying declaration or something or a contemporaneous statement that's admissible in the court, that should not go to that level with this tragedy. This tragedy should be solved and the folks should be compensated and made whole. We should not have a bitter legal contest. But in the event that there's legal contest and the Guyana government somehow sees it fit to contest this, which I hope they don't, um, and reach out to these people and give them due compensation, then it means that you're going to have a problem. Meaning that people are not going to like that. People are going to resent that sort of strong armness and that sort of bullyism that you're not compensating and you're putting everything to a court of law. These folks may not be able to employ as lawyers. And that is why, as a lawyer who's practicing Guyana as a state prosecutor, a former police legal advisor, senior state counsel as a magistrate, I have been in communication with the victims and families of the tragedy in order to, one, to advise them, two, to guide them, and three, to keep an eye on how things are moving. Because there's some amount of time before these lawsuits can be brought, and there's a time limit of 3 years, meaning that we have 3 years to bring these lawsuits. But I also advise that a notice of claim be filed within next 3 weeks. That is within the day this tragedy happened, the July 18th. We have until August 17th to file a notice of claim against the Attorney General, the Transport and Harbors Department, the Guyana government, and also the ministries of works and hydraulics, or works and transport, I think it's called, and the Transport and Harbors that has jurisdiction over that ministry. Though that must be sent and put to them, serve them that you intend to sue. And when you file notice of intention to sue, then folks may come to the table and they may very well come in and say, we're going to settle, we're going to pay you too much internationalize on this, and therefore we have to make you whole. So that is the purpose here. As a former lawyer, I'm giving my duties free. I'm giving of my legal services. I'm giving of my legal knowledge of the law, which I became a lawyer in 1982, one of the youngest magistrate. And I'm here to help people of Guyana who do not have a lawyer. I have quite a few, if you want to call them pro bono clients so far. People have been consulting with me. I have not charged them a dime. I do not intend to charge them, but I want to make sure that they are duly compensated, that the pain and grief that they're suffering, and I feel their pain. So I'm trying to help. So I want you to understand where I'm coming from. People are afraid to touch this matter in Guyana because of the repercussions. I don't know why this is so, but I rather suspect it's because Guyana is one of these societies that is not as developed, where people do not appreciate or understand their rights, their standing, and that the fact that that is a fundamental right that they have to sue, to get compensation, to protect their rights, to protect their civil liberties, and also to be free from interference of any kind of duress, coercion, or any kind of sabotage or any kind of oppression from the government. Because the last time I checked, Guyana is a democratic country. And therefore, the eyes of America here also has, the sort of like very good relationships. There are many reports that talk about human rights. And therefore, I urge you to be in collaboration and be in dialogue with the Guyana government. Do not be afraid to do that. Because if you cower and if you run, then Guyana will continue to not be as developed as it should. And that will be a crying shame. So let's get back to Rolf Frank. Rolf Frank was a passenger on that boat. He's presumed dead. Poor Rolf Frank was not recovered as yet. We hope that the Barima is brought to the surface and that these other bodies are found, or at least parts of their bodies. And it's very sad to think that we have to think that way, because many families want at least a part of the body identified so they can give them a decent burial, so they can be with their loved ones, and so that they can be able to grieve and bring this to closure. It will take a long time. It will take a lot of pain and suffering. It will cost a lot of things. That is a problem that will happen. And I'm going to bring on some other people, Prince Sri, as soon as I get through my initial presentation. So Royal Frank is exhibit number 3 after the Barima boat being brought up from the bottom of the ocean, and 2, the captain there who piloted that ship, Daniel, for 12 years. Daniel, I have those papers downstairs, but Google his name. His name is Daniel, I think, but he was a captain with MV Barima for 12 years. So he knows all the ins and outs. He knows the history. He knows the problems. He knows the lack of fitness. He knows that the risks that are being taken. He knows about a situation there that is not good for Guyana. That this ship, whilst we have the militia, the other boat from India that we paid money for, over $12 million, that whilst that boat was carrying and ferrying parties of the higher ups and the rich people in Guyana, those people had to contend with the Barima. And the MV Barima was beleaguered. It should never have been that. It should never have that. And therefore, compensation and help, counseling. And we must not forget these people. It's not about these people against the government of Guyana. I am amazed and I'm disappointed that people see this as a us against them, or we against them, or government against the victims. All of these victims are citizens and patriots of Guyana. Understand that. Their responsibility is fathered and shouldered by the government of Guyana. President Ali, you cannot parcel with these victims. These are your children, your brothers and sisters. And all Guyanese must come together, look for solutions, and try to make sure that Guyana is united, that Guyana tends to its problems. You can ask America and England and Canada and foreigners and Exxon and strangers to our country to bear your loss. It is our loss. We are all Guyanese Americans or Guyanese. And therefore, by that common thread, we must shoulder our burden. And the people who died, the over 100 people, and all those folks that injured, and all those folks that suffered, we just cannot cut them loose. That is not how things are done. We just cannot cut them loose and leave them on their own. We have to make sure that we make them whole. We help their families. We help them to get a better life. We help them to get an education. We help them to get money. We help them to get money for pain and suffering. We help them to get exemplary damages or punitive damages, as the case may be. We help them to get a life, because nobody can do what the government of Guyana is supposed to do. So I want you all to get together. And it should not be where the opposition is fighting the PPP and the PPP government is fighting APNU and APNU is fighting WIN, and it's this sort of situation. It must be a situation where everybody is standing up for one purpose, and that is to help these people. If you're standing up to help these people from the Barima tragedy to get a better life, to be able to develop to their full potential, to be able to get whole. And that is why exhibit number 3, Royal Frank, some people have been talking about a wave. Some folks have been looking for something that they call natural disasters. And that may be a defense in law. That is why I'm telling you that Royal Frank statement and dying declaration and what he said in that tape, and you can have it brought into court because the folks can identify his voice. As a matter of fact, his voice has already been identified as Royal Frank. And what Royal Frank said is that the boat is taken in water on the deck. It may start soon. The boat is overloaded, and the boat is taking in more passengers, and the boat has already passed its full capacity. So that per se, res ipsa loquitur, as we say in law, by itself, negates any kind of defense. Oh, there was a big wave. Oh, there was a big explosion. We don't know where it come from. Oh, the wave come and this wave just tossed the boat. That's not going to fly. You know why? Because we have negated, and we've been honest enough to get the evidence. So be honest. Don't create evidence. A certain minister came out there, I think it was Minister Edgell, and began to talk and talk and talk till he began to talk utter rubbish. And he himself talked himself into a lawsuit when he said that, oh, we don't have insurance, and the way he spoke to the people and so forth. Well, people have been saying that Minister Edgell and the other minister, Barat, that they should be sent on leave. Especially Edgell should be sent on leave. And if he's going to be sent on leave, then the investigation must move forward. So for the investigation to move forward, you have to make sure that there's no one who's destroying evidence. There's no one who gives it the perception that there's bias here, and there's no sort of interference of justice. That is what the rules of natural justice demand. That any parties having an interest in this case or are committed to it financially, pecuniarily, or otherwise must be removed. You have to remove them during this investigation. And the people who are sitting on this commission of inquiry cannot have any connection or cannot have any interest in this case. If they have any interest or if they are somehow compromised or they want it one way or the other, then they must disqualify themselves because they have what is called in law a conflict of interest. If any member of the commission of inquiry has a conflict of interest, he or she must be disqualified and someone else take their place. And I would invite people to go in and take their place because you have local experts. You have a gentleman here that I saw his report, and he's acclaimed Robert Millington. Robert Millington is apparently a maritime expert. And as the motion continues to mourn, this gentleman, Robert C. Millington, he has written much. He's knowledgeable in the law, and he has a lot of statutory critique and drawing of 39 years of experience across the military, maritime, and logistics sectors. So this gentleman here knows about conditions in Guyana. He knows about the surrounding circumstances around the MV Barima, and he talks about the critique, the 24-meter gap, a dangerous regulatory loophole, and they're missing things in the legislation. What can be done to improve the situation? So these are the kinds of local experts. These are the folks who are Guyanese in origin. They would want to see Guyana thrive. They only want but the best for Guyana. You can't shut them out. These are people you have to bring in. Like the captain also who was there for 12 years, you must put him on the commission. Also, you must put in Robert Millington. All these people have spent their career and lives in the waters of America, in the exclusive economic zone, in the 12-mile radius. They understand, they know the conditions. These are not armchair ivory tower lawyers and people who are in their armchairs in an air-conditioned room. These are maritime people. These are people who've been on the seas. These are the very people you want. These are the technocrats and the people who, the fishermen, the sailors, and those who are familiar with Guyana's conditions, who you can't pull the wool over their eye. As a matter of fact, you can't BS them so. You can't fool them. Because you know what? They have traveled the seas. They're not sitting down in an armchair in the law book. And I have nothing against lawyers. I am one myself and practice law in Guyana. And I was a magistrate and prosecutor and police advisor there. So I understand that. But at the same time, whenever I did a case, I always consulted with investigators. I did maritime cases. I always consulted with the mariners. I always consulted with the folks. They tell me about the GPS, about tracking. We've had trawler cases and cases where foreign vessels have been fishing in our waters, where we had to prosecute those cases as a young prosecutor many, many years ago. And I had to get like a course done, a training from these superior or these intellectual or these knowledgeable people in maritime issues, tracking, satellite placements, how you chart your course, how you know where you are, how you're able to do a job, how you're able to know where if you're fishing within Guyana's, breaching Guyana's maritime laws and taking our shrimp and our fish and illegal fishing, which trawlers can be seized, and some have been seized because they had no right to be shipping in Guyana's waters or territorial waters, breaching our territorial integrity without due permission. And that's the law. All countries enforce their laws, ensure that their wealth and their resources are used for their nation. Everybody has a right to do so. And that is the law of international nations, the law of international seas, which I also studied. So I had to consult with these experts. I had to consult with these sailors, captains, trawler captains, maritime experts, scientific marine biologists, and these different levels of maritime specialties that help us to understand that this is what it is now. And therefore, we have to make sure that we continue to do the same thing. We have to do that because these are part and parcel. You just can't fly in 5 people that are lawyers and whatever and experts in another place, so-called experts, that come to Guyana and then tell us, well, these are our findings. No, it doesn't work that way. But you have to get local input. So I have nothing against the Commission of Inquiry, but another very important point is this: the Commission of Inquiry must not do its work unless unless the MV Barima is resurfaced. Let me repeat that. The Commission of Inquiry will be doing itself a disservice and an injustice and an incomplete inquiry, a sort of like a wasted money exercise and intellectual waste if you're not going to be looking at the remains or the salvaging of the ship, which is going to lead to all the clues as to the fitness, the overcrowding, the overloading, the lack of anchor, the lack of this, the lack of all those holes in the hatch and what have you. Also, that is the only way we can have a very good and credible investigation. This is not something to turn the page. This is a national tragedy. This is an international incident that demands attention, that demands solution. And the government, unfortunately, this is your baby. You just can't throw it on somebody else or run and leave it and say, you know what, let's turn the page, let's move on from this. We got this coming up, that coming up. You have to bring this to a proper solution to the people. Because if you do not do that, you're going to be held accountable. You're going to be held in a situation where people are going to be very, very mad. And what we are looking for here, therefore, is to have it brought up. So I want all of you who are looking here to share, join my live, whether you're on YouTube, whether you are on Facebook, or whether you are on TikTok, whatever medium I'm broadcasting from, make sure you share the live, you join my group, you give me a thumbs up, because I have to get a large audience in order to continue bringing in news. Because as an attorney here and as a person who's held office in Guyana, office at a judicial level, many people relate to me, and that way I can then look into what is being hidden, what is being covered by, and bring the light out of the bushel, shed light on that which need to be considered, those which people are afraid to consider. And as a person that is the community leader here, that has the voice and the link to the Congress and the Black Caucus and the Secretary of State and to the President's office, I'm not saying I'm personal friends of the president, but one who would be able to communicate directly any kind of problems and issues there, and I've done so before. Like when Venezuela tried to bully Guyana, this is one of the issues that I have a very great help to the country where I was born. And I'm not asked for money. I've not received a cent. I have never received a cent for the league, for the political work that I do, for my representation. Um, and I don't ask for anything. I was elected as a district leader, and now I'm a judicial delegate and a community leader and advocate. So I wear those different hats, and I wear them to help the people of Guyana and help everyone. So join the link, join the broadcast, like it, become a permanent part of this. Join TikTok if you're on TikTok. Join YouTube if you're on YouTube. Join Facebook, and let's continue to share information and bring information to each other. So that's the third exhibit I saw. The first one is bringing up the ship. The second one is the captain who captained it for 12 years. Daniel, he gave a large, big statement in the newspapers recently. He must be part of it. And then you also have Rolf Frank, who said this boat is going to go down. The captain is still taking in more cargo, more goods, and the water is right there now. It's coming. It's going to come onto the deck. So when you talk about somebody or somebody looking for a loophole or some kind of excuse to say it was nature, it was an act of God, or it was an act of the devil, or it was something like that, that would not help, because there's evidence that this ship was not seaworthy from the beginning. Secondly, that it was being overcrowded and not being taken proper care of. And therefore, it is a situation where that ship should not have sailed. The MV Barima should never have sailed. It should have been taken off the waters years ago. And then to crown it all, to add insult to injury, you had people the militia, M militia from India. You got it running parties for the upper ups and the people who are very wealthy in Guyana and having their own soirees on that ship whilst people are dying. So that's a disgrace. That's a shame. That's very very troubling that that has been happening, and the poor people and the folks, the Amerindians who depend at Port Kaituman in the interior of Guyana, were treated in such a callous manner. That we oppose, that we condemn, and we ask that no one should think that that is how government should run, that is how government should escape its liabilities, and that is how ministers and whosoever that should say, well, you know what, I'm not at fault. I didn't know about this. There was a big wave that toppled the boat. No, sir. You have evidence showing otherwise. And that is why, in view of these conflicting theories, or in view of these manipulated theories, so to speak, let's put it in case of these contrived excuses, you have to get to the bottom. No pun intended, literally and figuratively, you have to get the bottom of this issue with the Barima. You have to get the bottom of the Barima then. You have to bring it up, and it must be put at a place where it can be investigated, where it can be looked at thoroughly, where everybody can, and the investigators can go in there and figure out, well, what happened here? Why did it sink? The overloading, it didn't have the engines working, it didn't have proper generators, it didn't have a proper bailout system, it didn't even have an anchor, and therefore these are the evidence that shows that, why that ministry should demand accountability and replacement. And, rightly so, because it's too big of an issue to cover up. And the more it is covered up, then the buck will stop at the president's desk. So the president has got to make some tough decisions. Unfortunately, that is how politics works. That is how, the buck stops. People understand that. And there's no reason why Minister Edgel and Minister Barat, or whosoever is involved in this, cannot understand why their jobs may be on the line, or their responsibility may vary. After the investigation, of course, they can be sent on leave and then have the investigation conclude, and then you can have a hearing as to why they should not be censured or fired or punished for what's going on here. And I'm talking about this. I want to talk to people of the government who representing or purportedly representing the government over here in the United States. There's one individual in the Port Morant reunion. And I don't want to call names because people can get very petty, but they know who they are. And I'm calling this because I have a good relationship with the consulate. There was someone going out there and saying, no, we're going to be doing well. We're going to be going forward. We're going to recover. They had a little problem there. We had a little problem with the... he calls it a little problem. You can't call this a little problem. You're doing the government an injustice. If you don't do public relations, sir, then you should leave the Guyana consulate. Okay? Go and look for another job. Go and sell real estate. Go and be a talk show or whatever. But don't represent a government when you're being a total embarrassment to the government. No government will instruct you to say we had a little problem here and now we're picking up yourself. And the little problem is that the boat has not yet been recovered. You have not yet buried those people. Are you out of your mind? Is that the best you could come up with? How can you just brush it aside? We had a little problem. That is what he's telling the people at the Port Morant. I looked at this guy and say, what an idiot. There's a problem. Next, I'm going to call your name. I'm going to put you on I'm going to play the tape. And I'm going to put it out for people to see. And I'm going to ask for your removal. But I'm going to give you a break this time. It comes out there, we're all doing well and good. We have passports, we have blah, blah. Great. That is good. That is your duty. That's your function. And Guyana Council is doing a great job. But don't be an insult to Mr. Brotherson and to the president of Guyana by coming out and saying at the Port Morant and other Guyanese American reunions and, that's going to go on in the summer. Oh, well, we had a little problem with the Barima. And that problem done, or whatever, we move it on. Come on, you can't move on something like that. You have to bring that to a decent closure. And if you know politics, it won't go away. So the more you sound like that, the more stupid people will think you are. And as a matter of fact, they'll think you are ignorant, as many people are claiming, and that you don't know how to control yourself and beating up people and blah, blah, blah. So pick up yourself, do yourself a favor. Don't repeat that again. Don't let us hear you go publicly and say that and threaten people, because I'm going to call you out, okay? And you're going to have a problem. So don't have anybody, Minister Ali, President Ali, or VP Jagdeo, represent the Guyana government and go in and said, "Oh, we had a little problem. We had a little problem with Barima. We had a little problem that time." So no, that is utter rubbish. We are in the throes of a major national disaster. We've had 3 days of mourning. We continue to mourn. We have a commission of inquiry. We're going to be having commissions formed. We're going to having parties done. When I say parties, we're going to be convening a number of parties, a number of people to sit and take evidence and to tell us how to refine our systems. Not a situation where you're going to be doing things that make you an utter fool or things that show that you don't care. That is not what has to be done here. You have to have more than one commissions. You have to have inquests, and you have to have just about everything that is needed to be done. And that is why I'm calling on the Guyana government to make sure you put this and give it the highest priority. If you don't give it the highest priority, you are going to go down the drain. Brothers and sisters, share the live. Join my Facebook, my YouTube, and my TikTok. Join my group. Join Albert Baldeo. I'm Albert Baldeo, the community leader and advocate of Guyana here, and the judicial delegate elected by the people. And I've been representing the largest diaspora outside of Guyana here in New York City since 2000. And I have been helping with the Guyana Venezuela threats. I've been contacting Congress and making sure that Venezuela does not attack us. I've been standing up for Guyana. I've been standing up and looking at issues. This is a major issue. I hold no brief for the Guyana government. I hold no brief for the Mr. Azruddin, Mohammed. I hold no brief for the PNC. I hold no brief for anybody. The only brief I hold is a brief of justice. And the brief of justice means that this problem is bigger than all of you put together. And all of you need to come together and solve this issue. Because unless there's closure, unless there's satisfaction, unless there's due compensation here, we're not going to get anywhere. The country is going to continue to go down the river. And look, recently we had the IMF giving us a fairly positive report. And that's good news. We've always had bad reports from the IMF from time immemorial. We never came up to scratch. We never reached a threshold they want. We're always embattled and embittered. Recently, however, we have been given some praise by IMF that's very encouraging. So it's not that Guyana as a whole is going backwards. Guyana is on a threshold to greatness. Guyana can become a great country. Guyana has one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Guyana has a thriving basis. So the issue here is, how do we make sure that in our growth and in our steady development, we do not fall victim to retrograde steps, to backwardness, to negativity, that we don't sink back, that we don't go back to being a third world country or developing country, that we continue to be a leading light in the world as a country who is going to realize its potential. That our names are being called with countries like Dubai and developed countries. And I'm not saying we're there yet, but I'm saying it's a far cry from where we were a decade ago, 5 years ago. We are moving on up, and you have to keep that going. You have to keep the entire thing going. And unless you do that, we're not going to get anywhere. So I'm going to try to invite Kenneth Rampersad soon to be a guest as soon as I finish my summation here, or anybody else that I see there that I should invite. So remember, and all of these things that the commission is going to do: establish the full circumstances surrounding the tragedy, include the sequence of events before, during, and after the capsizing and sinking. Remember this wave, this so-called huge wave that somebody set up on the boat. I think some minister was trying to sneak out an excuse out of that. You had Royal Frank saying that the boat was already being overcrowded and was doomed. So the sequence of events must be trashed out at the Commission of Inquiry. We don't want no Nancy story here, but a tidal wave come and sink the ship. And there wasn't no tidal wave. If there was a tidal wave, sure, prove the evidence. Okay? Make sure that you put the evidence together. You put it all and marshal it. That has to be done. B is determine why the vessel capsized and sank, why the casualty developed so rapidly, and the immediate direct contributing and systemic causes. Well, why it capsized and sank? Because it was overloaded. They had too much people on it. They even had roller there too. Cricket roller, rolling pitch going on the MV Barima and goods and luggage and lumber. People don't want to put a lumber in the pontoon or in the barge. They want to put it in the MV Barima because it reach faster, and they probably don't have to pay. They just have to give a side piece to somebody. So that is why when you talk about determining why the vessel capsized and sank, we know why it capsized and sank. It's because they overloaded and greed and bribes and on the hand stuff was happening. So, we know a lot of answers to this. Determining whether the vessel was seaworthy and safely fit to undertake the voyage, and whether applicable statutory, regulatory, certification, inspection, operating requirements were complied with. All of that is Baldeo Dash. Listen, this vessel was since 1838 or something. It was 87 or 88 years old or whatever it was. It was older than all of us here. And it was there since the last century. And it was a gift. It was something given to us as colonies from the Scottish or the imperialists, the colonies. They don't give you nothing good because you were indentured servants. We were slaves and indentured servants at that time. So they gave us what is called the left, the scraps. If they had a little tin cup, some minute throw it and said, well, you take that. You're my colony. So they gave us this ship, this MV Barima, and God was kind to us that no, this tragedy didn't happen before. So we don't have to know that the vessel was seaworthy and safely fit to undertake the voyage because the vessel sank. And the vessel sank and killed over 100 people. And you see the circumstances in which it sank. So we don't need a commission of inquiry to come and tell us what we already know. Please. Now, so I want to know how long this commission of inquiry is going to be here in our fancy hotels, in our air-conditioned rooms, in our different. I see they got a special clerk going to carry on files with these people testifying, lawyers cross-examining, this whole charade. This is like a muck and stock. This is like a, something that we already know. This is like a waste of money, and those people need money. You're giving them some money to bury their family. You should give them some money to compensate them instead of spending money on 5 so-called armchair experts going to come here and tell us what happened, what we already know. But let's go on. Examine passenger boarding, manifest preparation, passenger numbers and management, possible overcrowding, cargo loading and stowage. Listen, man, we know that the manifest has shown that it was not a complete, it was a farce. That they don't do a complete manifest. That there are many people who sail without any kind of evidence that they bought a ticket. That there are people who used to take a ride with that vessel. That there are people who were invited onto the ship and carried there by some employees who had their own side business. So we don't need passenger boarded manifest preparation. Going forward, you have to have that you can't go on the boat unless you make a copy of your ID. You sign that you're on that ship and you have a verified count by more than one ministries. Count how many people on the ship, okay? How many people are on this particular voyage, and you make sure that you have a very correct manifest bearing the names of all those who are there. What happened there was a farce. What happened there was a tragedy. What happened there is a ridiculous situation that should never, ever be allowed to happen again. Where you have people going on to a ship and you don't know who they are. Up to now, we don't know who died. Up to now, we don't know who perished. Up to now, we don't know who were in that boat. My brothers and sisters, a big ferry like that. This is not a pond. This is not a speedboat. This is a canoe. This is a ferry. And this is more than a minibus. More people's lives were involved here. So where are the proper accounting procedures? Where are the proper passenger head count? How do we know the tonnage of the ship? How do we know how many people are sailing? How do we know what's going on? Who's doing what at any given time? How do we know how many load be leaving and how many passengers on the ship? You leave that all to the captain? No, the ministries. The ministries must take proper control. MARAD. Any vessel going out to sea, any vessel going up in the air, we need to know who's on it. We need to know the nationalities. We need to know who these people are. We have to know who they look like. We have to have their address. So in the event of an emergency, God forbid, as happened here, you know exactly where to go. You know exactly who to contact. Think of that in the meantime. Let me get something to drink. Brothers and sisters, in the meantime, once I get something to share the life, join my group, join on Facebook, join on TikTok, join on YouTube. Make sure that you're part of this conversation. Make sure that we give this national and international tragedy the seriousness it deserves. And some people are saying that there's no PPP representative. Well, listen, man, this is a PPP issue. This is a government issue. If you're the government, who you expect to take responsibility for that? Who you expect to speak on it? Who you expect to come out and give statements and updates? Who you expect to take action against those whose heads are being called for? You're gonna run and hide all the time? There's nothing wrong with firing a minister. Perhaps he's glad to fire because he might have other business interests he can pursue. There's not a crime to fire a minister. It is not illegal to fire a minister or ministers. It is not illegal for action for accountability. Isn't that something that you can say, well, this will go away, or let's just bypass this. This is no big deal, and you hot up on people when they start to ask questions. These are human lives, people who have lives and who need to be taken care of, people who need to be informed. This is not hide and seek. This is over 100 people died. I can understand if it was a minor issue, but it's not. Human life is the biggest premium. Human life is the greatest factor all over the world. You just can't push it under the rug. You just can't cover it. You just can't cover it up. You just can't come and say, I give crash grants to everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry, this country. And I give you crash grants every day, you get a crash grant. A cash grant, sorry. It will not take away from this. Think as politicians. This is your baby. You need to take care of it. You need to make decisions. And you can't only say, well, oh, I don't appoint the commission of inquiry. Oh, I already tabled something here. Oh, we studied some laws. You have to be working on this as priority. You have to work around the clock. You have to make sure that you can solve the issues there in Guyana. And there's no reason why you shouldn't. There's enough brain power there. There's enough experience. As I said, there are enough people there who are versed and who have the education. There's enough people who knows Guyana's waters and the vessels. There are probably hundreds of people. There must be a broad-based commission apart from the COI. And when I say commission, you just bring together the people and ask them for their advice. It don't got to be no big fancy gazetted thing and this and all kinds of big fancy, legal paraphernalia to create a big dog and pony show. You don't need a dog and pony show. You don't need no fancy show. All you have to do is to make sure that you can do something where you can get the knowledge, and then you pass the legislation. There should be legislation already out there. And as a matter of fact, the president had talked about some legislation or some a sort of situation where I think he mentioned that there's an audit team. There's an audit team, but the audit team is not broad-based as it should. But we'll come to that audit team in a minute. But let's look at what the COI. Item number 5 is examine the manifest and the manifest preparation. Then it talks about review the search, rescue, and recovery operations. Include the adequacy, coordination, timeliness, and effectiveness of the response by all agencies and stakeholders involved. But that's a very critical issue because you have to make sure that this does not happen again. You have to make sure, God forbid, if this were to happen again at air, sea, or land, that there is enough rescue and recovery operations. First of all, we have to be able to identify and locate where these vessels are. We have to identify and locate them. Then we have to make sure we can get to them. And then we have to make sure we can recover from them in a timely manner and bring them together. So share the link, brothers and sisters. All you out there looking at this broadcast, share the link, join my group, and make sure when you join, at least that way, you will be able to you'll be able to get view what you call notice and verification that you're getting information and you're getting the latest updates, which we were able to access because of such a tragedy, and because we have been, as an attorney in Guyana who's been a magistrate and still practice law there, and although I've been very active in the past years, more focused on my work in the diaspora in Little Guyana in New York, um, having been a state prosecutor and a magistrate there and a defense counsel, I've been in all parts of the courtroom. Um, my love for the law in Guyana is still there. My command of the law still exists, thank God. And I have been in constant contact with victims, giving them the right guidance in order to protect their rights. And we're thinking about a class action lawsuit, or what you call a representative action, where we represent all of these folks, over 100 of them, and the survivors, so they get enough compensation. Nobody's going to be able to come and tell them, well, we're going to give you X amount, or we're going to give you this and this and this and that. You have to give them enough. Not like what happened in Madia. There's a lot of criticism about Madia. There's a lot of people saying that, it wasn't good, but what happened there. It was not good. That it was a problem with that because they weren't given enough money, or they weren't given enough compensation, or they were forced to sign documents, which brings us to the point that you should not be signing any documents. Let me dovetail to that signing of documents, because I saw a document that was sent to me, and it was saying a declaration of agreement called the MV Barima as burial site, as memorial site, and it styled it a declaration of agreement. This is coming from the government of Guyana to the people. And here was the problem with this. It says, we, the unassigned relatives and loved ones of those connected with the MV Barima, having reflected with solemn hearts upon a place of loss and remembrance, hereby express our concurrence and heartfelt wish that the vessel remain undisturbed in its present resting place. We acknowledge that the waters in which the MV Barima now lies have become a place of enduring memory, reflection, and reference. We respectfully regard the vessel as a sacred memorial, preserving the final resting place of their cherished lives, courage, and legacy. In the spirit of dignity, peace, and remembrance, we affirm our support for allowing the MV Barima to remain where it rests, so that future generations may remember, honor, and pay tribute to those forever connected to this solemn place. Further, we have favorably considered the suggestion that a maritime monument be established at or overlooking the site of the tragedy as a permanent place of reflection, remembrance, and tribute. We desire that the monument bear the names of each victim of the MV Barima tragedy, ensuring that their lives, their stories, and their legacy are preserved for future generations. It has name of deceased. You put your name down if the name of deceased, let's say Tom Jones was on that ship when he died. A relative, let's say the mother, the child, the relationship, the address, the phone number, and the signature. This calls for the signature, which means as long as I sign this, this is like a waiver of your rights. This is like a waiver of your right to sue the Guyana government, in the sense that you're giving up and forfeiting your right to that evidence. And believe me, if this case were to go to trial, let's say you're being exploited, and these people can't get the money that they're supposed to get, and they're being given the chicken feed that they got, like what happened at the Mahdia fire. They can use this against you and said you sign a waiver here, a declaration of agreement, that you want a memorial. You can't have memorial and compensation at the same time. There are crazy, cruel people like that who can come with that argument. But here was the problem. How are you going to put a burial site 12 miles out in the ocean? Remember, this ship sank in the Atlantic. This ship sank a very far way out. It wasn't like very close to sea, and it wasn't like near to the shorelines. So geographically, systematically, and logically, it is beyond where you can build any kind of memorial or monument. And now we're copying 9/11 here in Latin America. You want to put the people's names. Yes, all these people died, over 100 and something, and so on. Missing, died, presumed dead, actually dead, found their body, the grandmother, the 7 children, the people who fell onto the log, all these grave heroes and heroines and brave people who died. You want to put their names, and I agree that. But put it on land, put it on shore. Nothing is wrong with that. But you can't put it on some log floating in the sea till out there. Who's going to go out there with a helicopter? Were we going to charge money like Jonestown and say, oh, fly with this helicopter, we're going to sail over the site? Wasted venture, wasted lives again. wasting money on that. Give the people the money and divide it up. It's better to compensate them, not to have a memorial that is going to be a white elephant where people can't access 12 miles out to sea, the middle of the ocean there. I don't know how it's going to, it's going to stay in the river and not be lost and vanish. This is like this is like a clown show you guys are talking about. We don't need no more clown shows. And don't sign this declaration of agreement and any other documents, people. Do not sign these documents that were sent to me, where people ask you to sign to say, we want this memorial. And then they come with another document, ask you to sign, put your signature on it, that you waive your rights and that you accept X amount of money, which will never make you whole. Be careful. The time to signing is not now. We need to get to the bottom of this case. We need to get to the bottom of evidence. We need to make sure everything is brought to shore. And we need to make sure that everything is covered and everything is investigated. Because if we don't have that, then we will not be able to bring closure, or we will not be able to get full compensation. So I took an aside there to go to that declaration of agreement as an MV Barima as memorial site. Please, people, take that paper away from the people of Guyana and the people who died here. That is a disgrace and an insult to injury for you to be doing that and asking them to sign those papers. Now let's get back to the Commission of Inquiry. The Commission of Investigation or the Commission of Inquiry is saying, in G, evaluate the extent to which applicable laws, regulations, standards, license and certificate requirements, and operating procedures governing ferries and other relevant passenger cargo vessel operations were complied with. Where clearly there are none. And clearly, even if they were, they couldn't comply with them. So you've got to put these in place immediately. Operation standards and procedures, requirements, certifications, regulations, standards, certifications, fitness, licenses, all of these must be done as a matter of urgency. This cannot be swept under the rug, like I said, and not given the highest priority, because they must be implemented now. I would pull, if I was president of Guyana, I would have each vessel inspected over the course of this month. 2 at a time, 2 every day, 1 every day, whatever it is, or go to the vessel, have my team go out there, certify them, tell them where you're wrong. You need to get this fixed. You need to get this hull fixed. You need to get this hole sealed. You need to get your anchor in order. You need to get your tracking put together. It's just like a car, but on a more important scale, a larger scale. Make sure that these things are all complied with. You just can't sail this boat out to sea, because many lives have been drowned and many people are getting a problem there. And many people are not being made whole. And that is not what we want. Democracy does not call for dictatorship. You've got to be able to bring in rules, regulations, where people can abide with the law in a reasonable way. That is what government is about. Not to oppress and find excuses and exclude ministerial responsibility. No. Now let's look at H. Determine whether any act or omission, negligence, misconduct, dereliction of duty, systemic deficiency, or institutional failure by any individual, entity, or institution contributed to or caused a casualty or adversely affected the response. My gosh, we already know the answer to this. Any act or omission, negligence, misconduct, dereliction of duty, systemic deficiency, or institutional failure by any individual. Well, you already got 3 people there, although they said they're the scapegoats, the captain and 2 other crew members, because these were only the tip of the iceberg. The 3 folks you held in custody for the wrong charge, murder, because they didn't have malice aforethought. The most you can get is manslaughter, which is a big charge. Whether it'll be manslaughter is another thing. But what about the other people here? What about the chain, the nexus, the chain of command, going right up the minister level? Don't you think that's how it operates? Because that's how it operates. If the minister can call and said, I need 2, I'm just saying, I'm not saying this happened. But if a minister can call and said, I need X amount of lumber, I build a house somewhere, we got to farm and so on, we got to take care of this. Or I have to get some rollers. These 2 big rollers, roll cricket pitch with put on there. Can be named minister. And they put that there. Don't you think that minister is culpable also? Well, for shortly, yes, because the criminal law states that if you incite, if you connive, if you encourage, if you aid and abet, and if you part and parcel, as in this case, of this conspiracy and with this bad intent and reckless behavior, because you're not on a ferry, you going with helicopter, you going with small plane, you're not going with with thing. Look, I got a Frankie Orlando Beach, my good cricket buddy. He used to be in the seas. He knows probably more than these five commissions. Eh, Frankie? Frankie, you know probably with the cricket guy, cricket brother. He probably know about maritime law and jurisdiction and boats and ships and so on. Black boy, we name it. He come and play cricket from Guyana here. Black boy, Captain Black boy. All these guys have not knowledge of how to traverse Guyana's terrain. They have more than these judges and so on. They're going to bring these people are going to sit down and tell me how this boat sink. More than these guys who do this thing every day and know about wind conditions and all these things. We have enough IQ in Guyana. We have enough brains. We have enough people. Is that something that, you can just say, well, don't worry with these people's lives. 100 of them had to dead. When your time come, your time come. What nonsense is that? When your time come, your time come? No, it doesn't work. That the law doesn't recognize when time come, your time come. The law recognizes that if you die unfairly, if you die inordinately, if you die with no fault of your own, if you die without any contribution to your death, then you must be compensated. Somebody got to pay the price criminally, go to jail, and also, and or embarrass you, or if the government was negligent in preventing that tragedy, they got to compensate you. It's as simple as that. That's how the law works, okay? So let's move on. So this makes me laugh. Any act or omission, negligence, misconduct, dereliction of duty, systemic deficiency. Yes, it starts from minister coming down. And not only the captain, and somebody saying, invite God did it to join as a guest. Well, in view of that, God did it. I am not in favor of God did that. That is human error. And don't tell me some big wave out there capsized the boat when the boat was already overloaded. And then he said, oh, no, you what? One a big wave 12 miles out to the Atlantic come and just turn over the boat. That was them doomed for die. Them number reach. No. That's not how it works. That's not how justice works. Now, then become recommend appropriate accountability and referral to competent authorities where warranted by the evidence. Why are you going to do that? You got a commission required to recommend appropriate accountability and referral to competent authorities. You have an attorney general, a hard worker man like Mr. Nandalal. Mr. Nandalal can draft legislation and staff. He has a wonderful staff there. He has a lot of people there to draft legislation. Draft it overnight. Borrow from other countries. They have maritime legislation. Get it from India, from other countries, UK, Australia, New Zealand. Nothing is wrong in copying the people's legislation. You're copying it for it's not copyright. You are copying it for people's lives. So do that. Copy the legislation for accountability and safeguard for people in Guyana. That's your responsibility. Nobody knows everything. You learn the law every day. You have staff there, Mr. Attorney General. I respect you, Mr. Nandalal, and I know you well. You're a great lawyer. You know your onions. And I know you've been criticized, and that comes with the territory. But I know that you're also a competent lawyer. What you need to do, don't worry with this commission inquiry to tell you what to do, sir. You draft your legislation, you gazette it, you put it before Parliament, and let's see who will oppose it. Let us see which member of the opposition is going to say, oh, no, we don't want that. Because the people are going to see that you're out here for your own aggrandizement. You are only doing this because you want to win cheap points. You're doing this because you want to grandstand. And you're doing this because you want to get some attention. You are condemning the people's legislation when this legislation is made and promulgated to make it better for people. And that is why you need to have the legislation out there. Now we go to J. This thing is long, This is a very long document, for this commission of inquiry. This is going to take months to finish, trust me. Because when these people go through this thing and then to write this report, paper doesn't bring change. Laws and regulations bring change. Sit down and talking and drinking coffee and having our fancy food there doesn't bring change. And in your fancy hotels. But putting your shoulders to the wheel and knowing what is wrong in Guyana, that is what has to be done. That is what we recognize and we understand is missing in Guyana. That these are things that has to be done. And people are saying that there's no PPP voice, eh? So y'all got to come out. Y'all got to come out. Not only election time. You got to come out and explain this tragedy. If you got to fire a few people and reshuffle the cabinet, then you got to do so. There's no getting away from this. It's not the first time. It's not the last. Forbes Barima used to reshuffle his cabinet whenever this kind of, and he never had such a situation. You may take what you want about Forbes Barima. He never had this kind of problem. Jonestown wasn't his problem. That was an American problem coming to Guyana there. He probably was wrong to allow them to come into Guyana and do what they want to do in the country. Yes, he was wrong on that. But Guyana didn't kill those people. Guyana had nothing to do with the deaths in Jonestown. When people tell me that crap over in America, that's how we Guyanese kill people in Jonestown, they hear it from me loud and clear. So much so that they run with the tail between their legs and run and get away because I tell them that it is. Guyana has nothing to do with that. We gave you what you would never give our people. You treat immigrants here like dogs. But you went into America like the big ones, and you enjoy your country, and you created mayhem, and you killed each other, you drank poison and what have you, and you made our country look bad. And yes, you desecrated our sacred country. So get the hell out of my face. Yes, we do tell them that. Now, as regards J, it says recommend legislative, regulatory, institutional, administrative, and operational reforms. Man, this person will write this thing. He got a lot of topside. Here, right here, fancy language here. I don't know who wrote this commission of inquiry, but I'm impressed with the language. What I'm not impressed about is that you can write all this and you won't achieve anything that we don't already know that happened. But it goes on to state in J, recommend legislative, regulatory, institutional, administrative, and operational reforms and any other measures necessary to strengthen maritime safety, improve emergency preparedness and response, and reduce the likelihood of similar tragedies occurring in the future. But brother and sister, we know this already. Don't overload the boat. Have tracking mechanisms. Put the militia on and bring militia 1, 2, 3, and 4 and replace the maritime the boats and ships that are aging. Start to you don't wait till another 100 people die and drown. Then you'll say, well, let me do number 2. Start to replace them. Replace the ships according to their age. This must have been the oldest one, MV Barima, with the Scottish Trust. Since a long time ago, it's now junk. And now you start to replace them systematically. So you got a brand new fleet after a year or 2. Take them all out. Spend the money. Spend the oil money on this. If Exxon got to pay more, let them pay more. If Exxon got to give us more than 2%, tell them you're going to nationalize them. Use the Burnham word. Burnham is good at that. Nationalize. If you don't come to Papa, you don't give me my money, you don't give me enough money to buy more ships, then you all get the hell out of my country. I'm going to tax you, and I'm not buying. You've been here, you see already. But that brings us to the situation. How are you going to have a situation where you don't hold somebody accountable and you're not looking for any kind of responsibility? Then it does not make any sense because you have to be on top of these things. You are the government. Guyana is not a colony. Guyana is not the 54th state of the United States. Guyana is a sovereign, great country. So you have to understand Guyana is not Puerto Rico, a territory of the United States, or Guam or Hawaii or some other country that's beholden to anybody. Guyana is as of its right and independent and sacred and foreign and territorial integrity. Well, you guys can't understand that. You want to be slaves and servants your whole life? You know what it is to be dependent? You don't owe nobody nothing. And whatever you have in Guyana is your own. And I understand we have to keep relationships good because of our Venezuelan problems and we haven't strengthened beefed up our military. That's the subject of another discussion. We'll talk about our duties to beef up our military and to be able to be stand on our own and to be independent. Independent means you're a big man. You don't got to ask other people for help. You don't got to beg people. And that is what independence is about. That is what makes countries great. But coming back to this point now, whosoever write this can proper write. But writing is not what we need right now. Commissions are good and have the commission do its work. But you can't have commission unless you bring up that ship. Join the link, brothers and sisters. Join my group. Share the link. Join the live and let everybody be part of this because I can't do this every day and I can't do it separately. So I have it on YouTube. Join YouTube in my group. Join TikTok and join Facebook. Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. As time goes on, I'm going to add the other broadcast and social media. But coming back to this, um, this official gazette, which was published July 30th, is all well and good. Beautiful gazette publication. But action speaks louder than words, and charity begins at home. Two things. Charity begins at home, and action speaks louder than words. So you got to get down to brass tacks. Lift the boat, bring it, and let's have a hearing. In addition to the hearing, put the legislation in place. Start gathering the exhibits. Start talking about solutions, implementations, replacing the vessels, putting on the militia, and making sure that you have an adequate supply of ships coming in, replace them and rehabilitate those which can be rehabilitated, but start putting your money in the bank to buy brand new ferries and replace them, even if you got to take a loan and then let it put it on hire purchase, or in what case may be, because you're making money as the people travel on it. And I'm not asking you to charge an arm and a leg. Make sure that they're reasonable and that they're user friendly, because these are the poor people of Guyana, and I stand up for the underdog. I'm standing up for people who can't afford it. They have to be able to be taken care of in this case. So share the link, join my group, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, as we continue to talk about the greatest tragedy that has happened in recent years and recent memory, and one of the worst tragedies, if not the worst, in Guyana's history, that has made us to stop, pull up our socks, take stock of what's going on, and make sure that we can prevent another tragedy like this. Don't let's try to solve this or try to make it a non-issue. That's not going to fly. That's not going to work. And getting away and not facing the press, having representatives out there to clarify this is not going to work. And then whenever the representatives come, like you had one in the Port Moran, he come and said, "Oh, we had a little problem. We now overcoming a little problem. 100 people, darn lives were lost, and we just had a little problem. What planet are you from, creature? These are people's lives, and you will say we had a little problem. We recovered from a little problem. I'm going to play that clip next time with the person. You'll know who it is. Don't you dare utter those words against her on our we're decent and civilized people are, because we're going to make sure that proper action is taken against you. How are you going to represent the government that come and said we had a little problem, and you come and talk to people from Port Barant and go out there and coming out on a limb? I don't know how you guys get those positions and how you represent the country, but I think there should be a total revamp. If it was I would call in all of them and tell them, listen, you know what? I'm reshuffling, I'm changing, and I'm beefing up this thing now. You're not serving me the way I should be as president. I'm looking small, and although I'm huge, I'm looking too top heavy. And you need to go, you need to be fired, you need to get another job. I need to send you on leave while the investigation is going. This is not time for play. This is time for action. And the buck stops at my desk because I'm the president. President Ali, take it from me. That's what people are saying in the street. Perhaps they might not want to tell it to your face or look you in the eye and tell you, but I can. And therefore, I'm telling you, people are talking your name, that you are the one responsible because the buck stops at you. Welcome to the world of politics. The buck stops at our desk, respectively. Now, they're going to say in A again, as it relates to loading cargo and stability arrangements, the inquiries to examine, this stability make me laugh, because this ship, whenever the goods or the luggage go to the other side, then that other side can't. And when it go back this way, then it can't that side. Nobody now lock down stuff on this thing here. It's going like this, like a seesaw. Eventually, then it comes and boom, everything gone over. So when we talk about stability, nature, quantity, and total weight, we know the weight was much more than this poor boat could handle. We know that. The loading, we know when the captain say, you know what, this boat can't hold anymore, Carl come through, we need this, put this on, put that on. And his captain can't say no, but you put the captain in charge for murder. Poor captain is starting this job. I'm going to feel me picking them, how am I going to put food on the table? And now they're going to charge me for murder. And bigger ups, higher ups, Use the man as evidence. Who called him? Who demanded? Who threatened him? Who tell him you got to carry this roller? If you don't go, you carry the generator. You got to carry this lumber. You're offering X amount of money. They capped him before he went to 12 years. Talk about how people used to try to bribe him. And when he didn't take the bribe, they curse him. And they curse, they tried to fire him. And when he didn't take them on, they tried to kill him. Come on. These are all situations that exist in Guyana. I know Guyana well. Nobody can tell me but Guyana. I born and grew there, and I've been all around, so I know what is the culture there. Unfortunately, we got to get out of that, but that'll be a not talk for another day. We got to lift our standards. But the problem is, you can't tell me about nature, quantity, and total weight because we already know the thing was overloaded. We know that the stability, and they say about now B, which is a repetition of A. The procedures are weighing, recording, loading, distributing, stowing, and securing cargo and vessels. Yeah, you got to secure the this wasn't done. It was side to side, It wasn't anchored down. No pun intended, because the boat, apparently the ship didn't have an anchor. So where you going to anchor down? You didn't have an anchor to anchor yourself in the sea. And you didn't even tie down or strap down the cargo. What other nonsense? What other criminal negligence is this? How are you going to salt soap that? How are you going to whitewash that? How are you going to cover that up? You tell me. How are you going to do it? How? It's obvious. It's like, as I mentioned a Latin legal phrase to you just now, the thing speaks for itself. It's obvious. A fortiori, even more so. That's Latin for even more so. A fortiori, the issue speaks for itself. It is obvious that there was a criminal negligence there. Okay. So let's get up there now to the other one. Whether any cargo or vehicle shifted, whether water ingress or flooding occurred, and the effect of any such event upon stability. Well, obviously, you're asking three questions. You're stating four in A, B, C, and D. You're stating it four times, and it concerns the same foolishness. That you didn't stabilize the vessel, you overloaded it, and that is what caused it to sink. You mean you need 5 people, 5 judges, and specialists to tell you that, how many people you need to tell you that the boat was overloaded, that the vessel was too old, was not seaworthy? How many people can tell you a spade is a spade when it's obvious to the intelligence? How many people you need to tell you that, look, rain is falling. The rain is falling, it's falling. And you said, you know what? I need to hold a commission of inquiry to find out if this rain is falling. What other balderdash? I'm Baldeo, not balderdash. But that is all utter balderdash, right? Doesn't come from me. It comes from the English term rubbish. So what other balderdash for you to say? And, Joe Biden, the president of America, used to call it malarkey. Malarkey is the feces of a bird. So the feces of the bird, used to call it malarkey. Instead of telling you're talking and that word, he would say you're talking malarkey. That is, you're talking the feces of a bird. So when you talk about balderdash, you're talking about real stupidity, real nonsense now. So all these 4 questions relate to the same issue. And that is, we already know, and it looks at us, that this ship was doomed to kill. This was a vessel waiting to sink, a vessel waiting to go under, as the captain said, who had it for 12 years. And I spoke to you about him in the last talk that we had 2 or 3 days ago. Now they come back with the same crap. As it relates to machinery and technical systems, inquiry says the condition and operation of the propulsion machinery, steering systems, generators, and electrical systems. My God, we already told that the generator wasn't good. Only one engine will work. And that the ship didn't even have an anchor. So you're asking me, I want to know the machinery and technical systems, the condition operation of the propulsion machinery, you're talking about jet now, propulsion. This thing can hardly have a chuck, and go on the ocean. Are you telling me the propulsion machinery and the steering systems generators, and electrical systems. My God. Look at where we gone to now. Look at this language. Look how far we gone. We gone to Oxford now. We gone to the big fancy white folks here now. You telling me the connection operation of the propulsion machinery. What propulsion machinery this ship had? It had none. It barely had a chuk-chuk engine and a carried along 5 miles per hour knots. They had pictures of the boat sinking going on very close to the water. And now you're asking me about this? You're asking the commission to find what they had? They didn't have an anchor. Steering systems. I don't know if they should, how they steer this thing, if the wheel was broken or what it was, but they used to find Barima. So that must have been working all right, or half of the way can work. And electrical systems, that boat hardly had any light. It hardly had generators. People were sleeping there, just hope to pray they reach the Barima. Sorry, to Port Kaituba and back. And now it talks again to B, not a big fancy word here. This like they drive this thing in the House of Lords in England. B, the condition and operation of build systems and other essential safety systems. The condition and operation of build systems and other essential safety systems. Well, listen to the video that Rolf Frank gave. Rolf Frank said, I'm here and there's a dead body next to me, not far from me, the body of a little child. So we don't even have separation of dead and living. We're transporting cargo of all natures, including corpse, in a way that is not allowed by science and law. And we're mixing dead and alive together. And then you got the bail systems and other essential safety systems. This build systems, what was it, a bucket? I don't know what it was. All these people used to defecate and all these things if you wanted to go to the bathroom. God knows if you used to stand up over the bow or what. But listen, Guyana is on the threshold. Guyana ought to do better than this. There's money coming in. We have a big consolidated front. We can't allow these sort of things to... You want people read this thing? We are ashamed. We are ashamed. When you read about stuff like this, you feel ashamed. You know why I feel ashamed? Because as Guyanese, we are proud of Guyana. We are the representatives of Guyana. Each and every Guyanese in the diaspora are ambassadors here. Look, Imam Safraz, thank you for joining, Imam. He's an ambassador. He walks with dignity. He carries himself at a certain level. He knows why. And I had a talk with him. He said, you know, when you to walk with here, you're walking with Guyana. You're walking proudly for your country. You're walking in a way that they can be proud of us, or they got to respect us and have dignity. They will try to destroy us, and they have tried to destroy me. But I've come back and showed them that I walk with dignity and I walk with God. And that is the best answer for them. So you answer them like that. Show them that you are bigger and better than them. That you are better and bigger than they can ever hope to be in this lifetime and other lifetimes. That you walk with Allah and you walk with God and you walk with Ram. That you walk with Lord Krishna and you walk with might and power so people can respect who Guyanese are. The time has come for that. Brothers and sisters, it also goes on and said the roles and responses of the GDF Coast Guard, MARAD, TNHD, and the police will also be assessed. Well, these are the defendants in this case. The minister, Ejil, the GDF Coast Guard, MARAD, TNHD, which is like the agency of the government that is in charge of this vehicle, and the police. These are all arms of the government who bear liability under the theory and the tortious legal theories under which these victims must be compensated. So the roles and responses, yes. But I don't know if there's going to be cover up, if they're going to be able to say, well, you know, we did nothing wrong, we had this, we had that, and all these kinds of things. That is why in the fair and with criminal charges hanging about, I don't know how much you will get from the captain and the goods manager and Steve, and those people who were arrested and charged of murder. They have a right, a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. They have a right to say, I'm not going to speak. That is a constitutional right. So the minute you charge them, you're looking for a cover-up so they don't squeal on the other ministers or the other people who tell them to carry goods on or tell them to do this or tell them to drive the boat like that or tell them to bring the damn boat before you lose your job or whatever. So that is the situation we share here. That is a problem we are facing here. We have that problem that there will be cover-up. There's attempts right now not to bring the ship ashore. And clearly, to my mind, that is an attempt to cover up the evidence. because you need a ship. You need that as the exhibit A. You need that. That's a vital. That's the locus and co. When I did cases in Guyana, I used to go and visit the scene. I used to bring stuff and show the jury because the burden of proof is upon me as a prosecutor and as a government, and I had to show what I had. You can't just go there with your bare hands and you can't say anything at sea. You know, lawyers will destroy that case. You don't even know who died. You don't know who was in that boat. You don't know what this person is. There's always some escape route that, oh, this person probably sailed away from that place, or we don't know if they're still alive. We don't even know if the them were made. We don't know if they jump in a canoe and sail to safety. We don't even know if they're in Venezuela. We don't know if the Venezuelan gunboat come and pick up all of them. These are all situations that create reasonable doubt in the case. Understand this. So if you're going to leave the ship out there, you're going to leave everything out there in the waters, some clever lawyer or some pig-headed lawyer is going to come up with an excuse and say, you know what? There's doubt in this case because we don't know if a Venezuelan boat or a ship or warship or helicopter or whatever, or amphibious, swooped down, picked up these people before they drowned, and took them as captives with the hope to bargain with Guyana or whatever. It's not that preposterous. But you see, lawyers create doubt in a case. They don't have to be sure. As long as they can create doubt, they can most likely destroy a case. You can lose cases. The cases have been lost like that. When clever lawyers and deceptive lawyers go, or whatever you want to call them, deceitful, when they get involved in a case and they start to bore holes into it, no pun intended, like with the holes that the MV Barima had, your case going down the drain or your case is drowning, again, no pun intended. Your boat is drowning. Your ship is not sailing. They're sinking your boat. They're torpedoing your case. That has happened many times. That's how lawyers operate. Once you turn as a commissioner of inquiry in a court of law and you don't bring these procedures and expect this to exonerate you as a minister responsible or as the chief functionary of the government, then you're inviting a situation where people will despise and detest you because you're not showing leadership. There are many times when American presidents have had to embrace failure, deaths, sacrifices, and deaths worse than these. Quite recently, we had a death here of Sergeant Angel Rapazad, a Trinidadian sister who died. And she was given the funeral and the benefits and the patriotism and the awards befitting of a hero. Many people are saying the president should not have gone to war, that the war is useless, that the war is a disgrace. Yes, people have used those terms. But that didn't stop the president from honoring her, from giving her due, for leading the charge for her glorification or edification or salvation and eventual resurrection. That is how America works. But what I'm seeing now in Guyana is that nobody's standing up for these people. Nobody's directly helping them. I've heard the funeral expenses being paid. But apart from that, I'm not hearing anything else about any kind of fund to pay them, start paying them, any kind of provision being made. They're picking up people to believe in, beginning to think that their plans afoot, Mr. President, unless you come out, and I saw your reforms, I saw your commission that you appointed, you got to do more. You got to appoint, Guyana government must take responsibility for this, no matter how you argue it, how you ventilate it, how you litigate it. It's Guyana's child, it's Guyana's children, it's a Guyana problem. It knock stops at your desk. We're not asking you to pay with it for your personal money. You've got to compensate these people for the funds collectively earned and owned by the Guyana government and the Guyana people. The people of Guyana have collective money and resources in Guyana. We're not talking about your assets, your farm, your buildings, or what you have, or anybody else's, or any minister, or Edgel's properties, or anybody else's properties. We're not talking about that. Those are personal assets. They're not touching that, at least according to how I'm looking at the case. And you may want to take independent legal advice. But this here is being suing the Guyana government in the course of its duties of running a transportation ferry and being liable for what happened, such money is to be paid from the Guyana fund, the Guyana collective taxpayers' money, not personal assets. That is, I don't think that will attach to those responsibilities. And as president, you must administer it fairly, and you must administer it in a way that can be seen that you care. And it's not looking very good right now that nobody's standing up and coming to offer these people anything. They're all running helter skelter. They don't know where to go. The opposition's talking to them. This body's talking to them. That body's talking to them. They're crying here. They're people that give them paper for sign, waive their rights. People are getting paper for sign that they want to focus now on making it a memorial site, declaration of agreement, which I just talked about. These are all steps in the wrong direction, Mr. President. This will not help. Um, you got to be more hands-on. You got to be more, and I see you being very sympathetic and listen to them. But listen to people cry is not a solution to their problems. Making them whole is a solution to their problems. Giving them due compensation and mercy is a solution to their problem and an aspiration to your leadership. And these are things that will help to make the country and unite the country, to bring it back from the brink of civil unrest, from the brink of division, from the brink of racial animosity. It will play against those who want to see Guyana deteriorate, those who want, for their own personal gain, divide the country and exploit the emotions, those who want to see race pitted against race. Excuse me, these are situations that you have to preempt. And they can only be preempted by full and due compensation, compassion to those people. And if that is not done, then you will have a problem. I noticed that the audit team that came out there that have that Marl itself had ignored 4 years of safety and compliance audit team, previous recommendations, previous reports. That is not good. You just can't have these commissions and these recommendations and then sweep them in a corner and let them gather dust. Laws are made to be implemented, especially when human life is involved. And therefore, you can't shelve it because it's not expedient or it's not feasible. We can't complain about money. We have money. These are not major overhauls. This is not going to Mars or send a rocket to Saturn. This is making sure that safety mechanisms and procedures and equipment are in place, and it's not going to cost an arm and a leg. And you've got people there who own Guyana. You have people there who've got to come up with money. They've been taking our oil out from there. They can't even bring up that ship, Exxon and whosoever there. I heard about companies owning Guyana now. Put their shoulders to the wheel. Tell them as part of their negotiations, part of their contract, you will not be allowed to work my oil unless you pull up that ship from the bed on or before next week, Friday time like this. That's a condition of your sovereignty here coming into my sovereign territorial integrity and milking me the millions you're going to get. And all the tax concessions you're going to get. You got to use government. You know, when I went to Harvard to do my public administration and public management, they taught us about the art of negotiation. Harvard is one of the top schools in the world. And this was like a mid-career course that I did. And it shows you how even as a beggar, you can you can level the playing field. Even as a beggar, even as a person with low means, you got to be able to strategically implement and articulate what you want out of an agreement, how to negotiate, how to give, how to get, how to be able to not manipulate but hold your own in a tough negotiation. How even David can defeat Goliath. And when it comes to terms of Guyana being a sovereign country, and it has territorial sovereignty and integrity and independence, that's your trump card. If you tell them that I don't want to have to consider nationalizing you, or your company are changing the terms or opposing you or not giving you the tax concessions or not holding out the red carpet to you, then you've got to understand as a non-Guyanese, whether you're an American company, an English company, a Canadian company, who the hell you come from. Once you are taking my resources at Guyana in my 12-mile territorial limit, you're subjected to my jurisdiction. You're subjected to my grace. You are my guest. That is the laws. That's why you have to have strong international people who know international law, people who've studied that. I have studied that, and I'm not asking you to be your advisor, but I'm just telling you, I'm lending you a part of my knowledge. You are at a position to bargain. You're not. You must not only be a beggar and a small player. You must up the ante. Call them in one by one and said, "I've got a problem. I need to have my ship lifted. I need to have help in my regulations. I thank you for sponsoring my cricket competition. I appreciate that. But things have happened and I need your help. I'm not asking for your money to give me personally, but I want you to lift my ship. I want you to bring in equipment for my fleet of public vessels that transport people in my country. I want you to help with my roads. I want you to help build hospitals and modern equipment. I want you to do X. I want you to provide for my people. I want you to take less tax concessions. I want to give back to my people. Show it and we'll acknowledge it publicly. That Exxon or whosoever these companies are making and milking Guyana, that you have given. You have given to our country. And therefore, since you have given to our country, we're going to put you in the newspapers. We're going to big you up. And we're going to say how great you are. They would love that. Because right now they're raping and reaping millions from Guyana. And that's why they could sponsor a cricket tournament without even looking back. Because it's chicken feed for them. So you now have to ask some more. Oh, well, let's go to dinner. We're going to have lobsters and I don't want your lobster and the caviar and the fine wine. I don't want that. I want the poor people to enjoy something from our country. This is what this conversation is about. Not about the caviar and the fine wine and the personal trips and, some money in my bank account overseas. What this is about is how can you make Guyana, of which I am president, a better place for my people. I want you to be able to see, you guys don't understand the talk that way, because that is how we had to talk in America to be successful, to break down barriers. I just break the barrier, become a district leader, elected, and beat them at their own game in elections. If I wasn't able to confront them in a way that ensured that we were going to be treated equally, that they're going to take us seriously, that they're going to consider us as a strong opponent, or as one of them told me, he's a worthy opponent. He's a worthy opponent. That's what they said of me. And he stands up for the underdog, and he's a fighter. They must have that respect for you. They may not like you, but this life is not about a liking game and who likes who, and who's the best looking, and who's the most good looking. Mirror on the wall. This is not a mirror on the wall situation. Share the live, everybody. Join the group. Make sure you can have other people join the link, so that way we don't have to keep repeating ourselves, or we don't have to hold more meetings like these and information sharing sessions unnecessarily. It's not about a beauty contest, coming back to that point. It's about how serious you can make your appointment think you are. How serious you are. How convincing that he will know that you are a threat to him. That he knows, he or she will recognize that this guy is not a pushover. This is not a guy who can buy a fried rice for the forget me. Or like cool down, or buy a couple of drinks for, give a personal gift to, or a couple $1,000, or whatever. He mustn't think that way. He was saying that this is a formidable opponent. This is a guy that if I don't go to the table to negotiate, I'm not gonna get what I want. I gotta meet him halfway. I gotta bring him to the table. That is how we were able to get to the table. We were only seeing that in America, and especially Little Guyana. We didn't have Little Guyana sign or nothing. I was the one who made that happen over my years of fight. They now have it named Little Guyana here in New York. The largest contingent outside of Guyana, they call it Little Guyana. And then you have Flatbush too, which is like Gateway of Guyana. These are the two settlements, one in Brooklyn and one in Richmond Hill, where Guyanese Americans in the Caribbean, in the Guyanese and African Guyanese have made their name in two different neighboring cities proudly, patriotically, and bountifully. In Brooklyn, Flatbush, Church area, Liberty area, Little Guyana and Little Guyana, or Guyana Gateway, whichever one, however you want to call it. But these are places recognized as geographical entities and political and economic designations on the map. Prior to us coming here and winning those that respect and that kind of adulation, we were only seen as taxi drivers, waitresses, bartenders, security guards, and babysitters and household people. That is what we were taught as. That is what we were envisaged at. But when I came onto the scene and began to rock the boat, I began to understand that, oh, these people have dignity. These people have pride. These people are not pushovers. And they will try to lock you up and get rid of you or assassinate you. And I've been down that road with me. But you have to have the strength, the fortitude, the fortitude, and the faith, and the gifts from God to keep fighting for what you believe in. See that man behind me there? That's Martin Luther King. He was in prison, and he was mercilessly scandalized and discriminated. The FBI used to look at him every day trying to get dirt on this guy. I knew what he went through. You have Nelson Mandela somewhere just behind there. Nelson Mandela, 27 years in prison, one of the greatest men who ever lived, and yet they couldn't snuff out his spirit or his fortitude. Behind there, you have Barack Obama, the man who made history as the president of the United States, the first black president, a man who so transcendental that he crossed the Rubicon, crossed into greatness, and forever will be great. You have Mahatma Gandhi behind me there. Mahatma Gandhi, everybody should know who Mahatma Gandhi is. The man who changed history, the man who brought the British Raj to its knees, the man who won independence for India, started all those independence movements, Guyana, Barbados, Jamaica, the Third World, the non-aligned movement. All these places was like a domino effect, where countries began to look for independence, freedom from oppression, right to self-determination, the right to be who you want to be, the right to dignity, the right to sacrifice. That is what that was about. These are great men. Cherry Jagan on a national scale, Basjo Pandey. To a lesser extent, you at least during the time of independence, even have Forbes Burnham who helped Guyana with independence. He may have had some bad days after that, but at least he brought Guyana to independence and to Republican status. And for that, we must be thankful. All these great leaders, Hubert Nathaniel Critchlow, all of them, read up on them. Another time we'll come back to these people. But my lesson to you tonight is that you have to stand up for what you believe in. People are going to always talk, and yeah, Guyanese especially, they have foot and mouth disease. Let me repeat that. It is categorically believed that Guyanese suffer from foot and mouth disease and crab dog mentality. This has been said to me time and time again. When people say, Albert, why are you killing yourself for them people? You were a successful lawyer. You don't need these people. You don't need representation. Why you signing up for these people? These are ungrateful sons of whatever. Crab dogs, they would tell me. But I said, no, not all of them is crab dog. Not all of them. We have to stand up for those who deserve it. That whatever high percentage is this, not all are crab dogs, not all are crabs, not all are yauri. Some are good. Most are good. And most are righteous. And most come here for betterment. But you're going to always have the rotten eggs in the sack or the rotten apples in the barrel. You will always have those who didn't even back their own or talk good about their own. It's a foot and mouth disease. The foot always in the mouth. You understand why it's foot and mouth disease? The foot at the bottom got dirt and animal feces. It's in their mouth. In their mouth. Your mouth. And that prevents them from seeing the wider picture of their own. and the sacrifices that you can show them that from time the morning rise to the cock crow, they still will be able to see it. Those are the crab dogs. Those are the people who have been in our communities, and lots of them are there. There's plenty of them. One day when I have time, I'll name them. I'll name them publicly to you. I have reason why, and I'll be able to justify why I think they're crab dogs or foot and mouth disease. And I will put an explanation. For example, if I have Chuck or Charles M, he's a crab dog. He's a foot and mouth disease because he did X, Y, Z, and I can show you why. This person's father, grandfather was president of Guyana, but they have foot and mouth disease because they did X, Y, Z. There'll come a day when I'm going to sit down with you and go to all of them without any fear or favor. But I don't have time for them now, and I don't expect that you would have time for them. But I'm telling you, stay away from the foot and mouth disease. Be positive. Always look forward. Never look back. You know, my father, who fathered 4 children, a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, and a teacher that educated my sister, two brothers, a doctor and an engineer, and myself, always told us, never look back. Never look behind you. Always look forward. Look up. And that is why I've gone there, and I've always been able to do that, you know? And always push forward, no matter who tried to pull you down or who tried to make you look bad. You just do that. Now, the marriage itself needs reform, like we talked about. And then I also talked about Robert Millington. Robert Millington, what has to be done with brains like these, and the captain of the Barima for 12 years, they must all sit on a commission. And as I mentioned to you several times, and has been mentioned to you, do not sign any waivers or documents. Do not sign any. Do not sign any documents stating that you're giving up your rights to a lawsuit. It's not good, and it's not going to help you. It's going to make sure that they can use that against you in a court of law when, you know, things come tough here, and people will say, you know what, we're not giving you. And government can always say, well, you waived your rights, you forfeited your rights, you gave up your rights to compensation here. Hold on to this for the burial. Hold on to this couple of weeks ration. Carry these 2 boxes of rice and some potato. But I know Guyana potatoes, right? Yeah, or the rice with some. I mean, I don't think that you don't get potatoes, no. Or carry them that little dal there, and that's your compensation. But if you have a notice of claim filed and you have things said about it, a lot of people have contacted me to be at least one of the lawyers in this case in Guyana to guide them to a class action or representative lawsuit, which we keep an open eye. If you have need for that, I'm on Facebook, I'm on email, and you can call me. You can email me, or you can message me on Facebook. Message me on Facebook or on TikTok, or even at abaldeo16@gmail.com. That's abaldeo16, ABALDEO16, 16, that is, at gmail.com. abaldeo16@gmail.com. You have to make sure that you send me your name and address. There's some people who've been contacting me. I've asked, I will keep it confidential. I know that many of you are scared. Many of you are very upset. But I ask you to hold on as we talk to the government and as we make public forums like these and call for compensation. And I call for that. I reiterate a call for urgent compensation. Sit down at a table of brotherhood. Sit down at a table of nationhood. Sit down, all parties involved, and make each other's whole. Be each brother's and sister's keeper. Be proud of who you are. Guyana is for Guyanese. Guyanese must help Guyanese. Don't expect people from another part of the world to come forward and help you. Don't expect me or people in America to drop everything and come and help you. We will at some stage help you. We are helping you right now for where I am because I have 1,001 other things to do. And by my voice, I'm speaking on your behalf. And many people in the higher ups do look at my podcast or on my broadcast. Yes. And I welcome that Because I'm the voice of conscience, I speak on behalf of the Guyanese people who don't have a voice. Just like how I confront mayors here, governors, congresspeople, when Guyana needs help with Venezuela, I'm the first out there. I'm not afraid. I've been locked up before. I've been arrested before. I've had charges brought against me before. I'm not afraid. I understand that that comes with the territory. The people who guide me, Barack Obama, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, Cherry Jagan, Mahatma Gandhi, all these people went to jail. Oh, yes. They have felt the blistering might of oppression. They have endured, gotten stronger, and come out fighting and be just like what I'm doing. Those are the people, for example, you got a man saying, I'll continue speaking like this, Albert. It seems as if I'm inspiring people. And if it means I'm inspiring you to confront authority, so-called authority, or confront devious governments, or confront maligned authority like cops who want to harass you and things like that, then let my voice be an example. Let me be an example. I will not be wrong all the time. And if I can teach you or help you in all these forums as I look now, it seems that people are getting very motivated by that kind of talk. So let us talk a little bit like that. When you fight, it's the greatest thing you can do. When you fight, you separate the boys from the men. When you have the foot and mouth disease and the talking behind people back, that's not for me, but that is for the cowards. When you go directly to the heart of power, as I have done, in trying to take power from those who try to suppress us and treat us like second-class citizens and orphans and stepchildren in America, many people do not notice it, or they're blind. They're worse than I don't want to call like other people's name. There was a top singer that somebody blind neck Ray Charles, but I love Ray Charles and I have the greatest respect for him. But if that's the code you need, or that's the comparison you need to make you understand that we're saying, don't be blind and open up your ears. And some people don't even have a conscience because they said cockroaches out a long time. Most Guyanese, they claim cockroach don't eat out the conscience way coming through the ears or the mouth or the nose, through the foot and mouth disease or whatever. But none of them they got conscience. You can fight for them from here till the cockroach. They're not gonna go out and vote and do what they gotta do. And they're gonna talk me, do and talk mouth all day long with the foot and mouth disease and the crab dog mentality. Those are not people that you need to keep around you. Don't let them keep them hammering around you. You see any of them that around me? No. Who you got around me? You got Martin Luther King. You got Barack Obama. You got Mahatma Gandhi. You got Cherry Jagan. You got Nelson Mandela. You got Rowan Kanai. You got Gary Sobers. You got all the great men around surround me. You see any foot and mouth disease around me? None. That is how you have to live your life. You have to get the presentation that comes through your mouth must be God given. It must have a genesis right up to God. And you only get that with a clean and a pure heart. You know, recently I became a minister of religion. Well, I was always that because I grew up in a church. But I've never like come out and say, well, okay, listen to me because I'm a minister. Listen to me because I am God or whatever. No, it's not about that. It is about different situations here. Um, Somebody mentioned some names. You had me laughing there just now. Uh, I hope people like, oh my, you hit the name Chuck on the head there. I must compliment you. You're very smart. Bishram is a good guy. I've always admired some of his work. None of us are perfect. However, dragging me to the foot and mouth disease. I don't do that. And it's not foot and mouth disease. It's cultured comments and it's public opinion. I respect everybody, but respect me too for what I do. Because none of you ever go down the roads I've gone through. None of you have ever walked the walk of Albert Baldeo or talked the talk of Albert Baldeo. Let's be honest. None of you have ever confronted governors, state senators, Adabos, and Seminario, and Miller, and Crowley, and all of that. None of you, all of you are afraid of lockup. And none of you never put your money where your mouth is or spend the money I've spent in uplifting this ungrateful community. So let's stay quiet before we get into problems. Stand easy, better than beg pardon. And you know who you are. I'm looking at you right now. And I know who you are. But let's move a little bit over you, as I'm accustomed to doing. I want to put you behind. I don't have time for small minds. The greatest of a man is not how he stands in moments of comfort, but how he stands in moments of discomfort and challenges. Martin Luther King. That is the measure of a man, how he lifts himself up. And I hope that in my lifetime, those who have always given a foot and mouth disease, talking about Albert Baldeo, will see that great, that great virtue being manifested in how I continue to fight for an ungrateful community. Simple as that. But you see, it's not only us live here. There are many other people who give you your due that you owe that gratitude to. And those are the people you must continue to fight. Those are the people you must continue to look up to. Those are the people you must carry the baton for. And like I said, I would say only about 10% of the 100% Guyanese here in Little Guyana are crab dogs or foot and mouth disease. I would say about 10%. I think 90% understand that it's for our kids and for our mutual recognition, for our mutual advancement, that we stop pulling each other down. America was never built like this. America was built like this. Let me repeat that. America was never built like this. Pulling and fighting and stretching and ripping and clawing. It was never built like that. It was built by lifting each other up, building blocks, lifting each other up. Do that in your home. I want you to do this right now. Lift each other up. Do it. Practice it in your chair in your sitting room. Just do what I am doing. Do it every morning. And you go, you said, you lift each other up. God, help me to lift each other up. Give me this day that I may lift others up. Give me today's grace that I may lift mankind up. Give me this day that I may make someone better or make my life better. Be ashamed to die, like Horace Mann said. Be ashamed to die unless you have done something for humanity. RD, you hit the nail on the head. Add a name Genie into that. There's a woman named Genie. I'll tell you about that another day. I don't have time for that. Unless and until we recognize who we are, and unless and until we recognize that we got to help others. Like, for example, a lot of people want to invest in Guyana. And whilst you might take the cement factory, you might also have to give them some other thing worthy of their love and relevance to Guyana. You can't have people out in the United States telling people come home. These are the projects A to Z. Cement factory we need this delivery, we need this medical supply, we need this construction, we need this is a need. And you are the representative of the Guyana government, and you carting off them for friends and family. You're carting off that which must be given to overseas migrant Guyanese, and you're pulling it in for yourself. My friends, that is a crime. That's a crime of misappropriation and abuse of government resources. So I want you all to think that we've got to stop this kind of witch hunting, this kind of evil, and we got to look out for each other. And bring us back into the circle of what we're discussing here. We have to get there. Exactly. So I'm trying to see whether there's anybody here who wants to come out. Um, I don't know some of these folks here, and I welcome all of you, but I'm trying to choose from one of you. I sometimes have people that tell me they want to come on. I'm trying to see if there's anybody I pick up here. If there's anybody who want to join and offer some questions or offer some uh, let me check this man here. RD man. Oh, RD is at work. Okay, so you can join. Invite Princess. Ash joined. See, I just want someone to come on and talk about a Barima tragedy. Events on Facebook or Gopal Ramatar, Narayan Murthy. There's a lot of people on this stuff here, thousands. Um, but sometimes you don't know who is who now to say bring out. Join. If there's a volunteer who wants to come and join me live and share their views, let me see. RB requested. Let me accept RB and see what he's gonna say. RB, if you say anything controversial or out of the way, then I'll have to take you off. So if you're there, RB, you're
Yes,
there?
Mr. Baldeo.
Hi,
Yes,
how are
my,
you?
I'm
Introduce
good,
yourself
thank
and
you.
tell me who you are.
My name is Ramlo Champipat. I'm from Guyana, originally.
Oh,
I
but
live
I'm
in New
trying to
York.
put you on camera.
I don't know
The-
if I could. Let me turn it on.
Turn on the camera because I see a mark over it. Don't be afraid to
Okay.
speak.
No, no. Hold on. Hold on.
Because this is a national issue. This is not like a personal defamation lawsuit. These are lives involved. So I don't see any judge saying, "Oh, you know what? You got to pay money to minister this or minister
All right.
that." Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can. Okay, camera's there. So
Yeah,
confirm.
yeah.
So if you turn that on, um,
You turn it off.
I turn it off, no?
Yeah, you turn it off. What's on?
In 15 seconds, I said I could turn it on back. Wait till the 15
Oh,
seconds pass.
okay.
Where you from?
I'm from Leonora, West Emerald, Guyana,
Oh,
South America.
I see.
I know Mr. Ali personally. We went to the same school.
Okay, it's good. So you can speak on behalf of him. I like to have conversations with people.
Uh, okay, I'm not speaking off of Mr. Ali. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. And I'm speaking on behalf because of our patriotic Guyanese. I live in New York.
Oh, you live in New York.
Um,
Okay, you been how long you been living here?
17 years.
Wow. So you're actually an
Um,
American Guyanese.
yes, I'm a citizen, American Guyanese. I have dual citizenship. Um, I still have investment property, land in Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm hesitant to go back to Guyana because I run from the bureaucracy.
Right. That's
I
which
run
bureaucracy?
from
The one with Burnham and Hoyt, or the present one,
no,
or
no, no,
Granger?
no. I'm talking the bureaucracy of the PPP.
Oh, the same. Oh, oh, well, that's recently, right? That's within the last decade or so.
Yes. So my concern about this whole
So turn
Barima
on the camera
tragedy.
again, brother. Let me see. Let's take a turn on now.
My camera is on. I'm on. You gotta turn it
So
on.
why
There, I'm
my
seeing
own
you.
is not? Oh yes.
All right,
So
let's go.
you seeing me? Oh yes, yes. I've
I'm seeing
seen you
you.
now.
Yeah, yeah.
You
So
look a little bit knowing.
well, I'm out here. My concern is about all this lying and this whole bureaucracy. The government tried to cover up this tragedy that happened in Guyana. I supplied a route um, northwest in my early
Oh.
venture into entrepreneur.
Uh
I
huh.
used to take I used to take rice to
Wow.
sell to northwest. I used to buy all the provision, the edos and the yam and the cassava, whatever those this people produce. I used to buy to bring back to Georgetown. I applied around for 1 year and a half.
As the captain of
Um,
a vessel or as a businessman?
no, as a business,
Okay.
as an early entrepreneur, was just married. I think I was 25 years
Wow.
old. I was
I
married
used
and
to go
raised
with
my
the
own.
ship,
You
the
know the same.
ferry.
I went with they had three different boats used to run that course.
Uh huh.
One was the the Kimbia,
Kimbia.
Lady Northcourt,
Uh huh.
and Barima.
Okay. Well,
So
Narcote and Barima are cousins. Apparently, they came up at the same time from the Scot,
so
from the English.
right. So I don't know the whole history about the boats and whatever, but I'm telling you, I played a route for briefly little over a year, not a year and a half, a year, a couple of months. Um, and hence you know, some I think I tried to move into the coaling mining department or whatever, and the investment I had with the gold mine, and it was a failure, and I get out of it. So briefly, so I had applied that route for a little bit. But my main concern tonight, I have been listening to you and your program that you have, and very concerned Guyanese, and I know you're the representative of East New York there. I'm to live out of Baldeo. I live out of East New York. I live in Schenectady, New York.
Wow.
And I'm so a little bit involved in the politics of the well-being of the neighborhood Democratic Council, whatever. I support the
Mm,
congressman up there. I'm fully because I'm a picture Guyanese. I'm a Guyanese. That's why I moved to an area where I could have my West Indian food. I have my Guyanese culture still acknowledged
mm,
and so
cricket
forth.
and so on.
You could take me out of Guyana. We can't take Guyanese out of me.
Yes, yes.
I'm not one of them come out over here and overnight. You know the sign that the same.
Yeah, I know what
Overnight
you mean.
because
Dave Martin.
the Yankee. Yeah, the Yankee. Overnight the Yankee. I'm not one of them.
I know. I can see
I
you're a Guyanese man.
I go to my job. I work with all white and people on different accents in this country, and I
Right.
speak my Guyanese language. I'm proudly speaking it. Sometimes ask you, Mr. People, can you slow down for us? So I can
Yeah,
understand
we
what you're
talk too
saying.
quickly.
I said, listen, I stopped in a track. I said, I speak English. And I went to the British Standard of Education and I speak proper British English. I could write it, and some white folks. And that's a little bit about me and how I carry myself. But coming back to the topic that you have at hand tonight, I'm not scared to speak out. I'm not scared of people see who I am or what I'm saying. I'm not going to say nothing derogative or irrelevant. I'm saying what are your positions? Do you have, or are you planning to have a foundation in Guyana or some form of help? I heard you made mention of if you have to go back and litigate this case on behalf of the people at last of tragedy, the government is trying to exploit, or whoever is trying to exploit these people, whatever is going on here. We don't know the facts of the matter unless a full and thorough investigation has gone for this thing, an independent investigation. I saw Ali, our President Irfan Ali, who happens to be, we were not friends. But I knew this young man, we grew together, I know him, I know his life history prior to becoming president. I migrated to become president, whatever, and get in politics. Um, but I'm not hitting the government unless that Ali. I'm saying, is there anything, because the system in Guyana. So one of the reasons 99.99% of the Guyanese are living in this part of the world, or the United States of America, real estate, all over you can find a Guyanese. They came because of brutality, mishandling of the police force, how they handle the
Hmm.
situation, and bribery. Government just comes around at the time when they need the support and whatever get in there and they enrich their bodies. Be it the PNC, be it the PNC, be it whoever will be becoming. It's a disease Guyana have that accountability is not the order of the day. And I want to hear from you um, because it seems I heard you, what you does and whatever, what you says about your profession, what you went through, and you're a very talented person in terms of your field as a lawyer, as a representative, and you like me. I speak my mind, I speak fluently, and I do it to the best of my ability to let people know what I do, what I stand for. And I appreciate what you're doing as a patriotic Guyanese. I come on board with you. Um, is it anything there that you're offering that, on the legal standpoint, that if you I said, you're a lawyer, you have people in your circle that you might comment. I don't want to obviously you form opposition against the government, but as a neutral set of lawyers that's who going to stand, because a lot of these people that survivors and traumatized family, lost life. The people, you said it all well put it together. Is it anything there that you could coordinate with lawyers in Guyana, lawyers in the Caribbean, lawyers from all parts of the world, to go to Guyana, petition this government on behalf of these people?
Well, that's a very good question. And that I addressed that the last time, but I'll address it again. And you're right. I've got a lot of emails. People email me and said, don't mention a name, but I have family who died in a tragedy. Can you please help me? What can I do now? So I would advise them, keep their names confidential, put a name down, an address and phone number, and keep it sacred because there's over 100 people. As you know, people are entitled to confidentiality. They don't want to be known. I get the
Absolutely.
impression that they're very, very scared right now to come out and talk, although they lose life. Although in another situation, if it was like say not the government involved, they would have been in arms, suing and lock up and what have you, and blah, blah, blah. But coming back to your question, yes, as you know, brother, what's your first name again?
My name is Ramlucha.
Ramlo Chan. Any part of the world, look at 9/11. You had big lawsuit there. If somebody get hit in America, connected in New York or whatever by a bus or the government or the train, big lawsuit, right? People have the right to sue. It's just so the Guyana government is not immune from process. The Guyana government, and when you sue, you guys sue the Guyana government, the Attorney General, the TNHD, and the ministers, not in a personal capacity, but as the functionaries of the Guyana government, because this ferry would lead liability to them. The buck stops with them, and they would have to pay not from their personal assets, but from the government's money or the taxpayers' money in Guyana, then the consolidated fund that we get from the oil and all these things. So it's called a representative lawsuit, similar to a class action lawsuit, where you have like these 100 people who have been affected by this tragedy can come together in one lawsuit. So instead, a judge got to take his time up with 120 cases, he put it all together as one case. And in that one case, if you get, let's say, $100 million for each person, or let's say somebody was 100 million, 105 million, 120 million because of the difference in age or whatever, or let's say a man survived and he had injuries, he might get, and he can still work, he might get like half of that. Or he might have a commission like what they had 9/11 and other parts of the world, where a group of people sit down with they got like a calculator, calculate how much it would have lost, couldn't work, how much this child entitled for his education, how much of pain and suffering, how much for I have something called exemplary damages and punitive damages. That if you are so recklessly doing this MV Barima that was supposed to be taken off, then the government was negligent or so negligent that the court must punish the government in addition. So they will put that on top of the money now to create a precedent or create a warning that you cannot carry these good for nothing stuff and put them on the road. These unseaworthy, not airworthy, and take them off the roads. So these are all in play. Now, as a lawyer who has made my name in Guyana, I made my name in 1982. I came out as the youngest lawyer in 1982. And in 1989, I left Guyana and came here because my wife was having problems getting children. Thank God we came here. She got, we got children. But in Guyana, when I left in Burnham and so on, was there and Hoyt and Guyana, like you talked about, how Guyana was going down the drain. It had already started from that time. And then Guyana, people don't read a lot, they don't know nothing much. So I left there and I come over here to embrace challenges because I was still a young man and became a lawyer here and then a politician. But to get back to what you're saying, yes, I find that the Bar Association of Guyana should have appointed a commissioner, come out with a proper statement that we are going to be looking out for these people that died. Because these are inhabitants of Guyana, these are Native Americans, these are poor people. These are not rich people. These are people who don't have money, but who be entitled to money. So in these cases here, my brother, sometimes you have what is called like the class action lawsuit or the representative action I talked to you about. But lawyers would work on a percentage. Let's say most times the person injuries, they get a percentage of the proceeds. They're spending money investigators, they're spending money doing the legwork and so on. I'm not looking for money in this case. I am looking for justice. I'm looking to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And the law has to be used as a powerful weapon and a shield to shield people and also to attack the government to show, when I say attack, to confront them and said, what you trying to get away with? Ministers still got a job. This body's not accountable. These conditions are not being put into place. Nobody cares. Everybody look now for their commission and then walk away and left this problem. And this is wrong. So that is why, yes, we have plans afoot. We have 3 years, by the way, in which to bring a lawsuit. 3 years for the statute. You can't bring it after 3 years, but you have 3 years in which to bring it. You don't wait until the last year or last thing to bring it. And then I always talk about a notice of claim. If you have a notice of claim file or a letter of intent to sue the government, they will realize, oh, these people are going to sue us. It's not like magic or going with a $5,000 check, but from what I understand, yeah, they want one, and they sign away the rights. And then they come out with something to say, well, make it a memorial, similar to that kind of situation. I was talking earlier in the program of a declaration of agreement to make MV Barima as a memorial site and left the bodies out there. Now, that will cripple the case or substantially affect or weaken a case civilly or criminally against the Guyana government and the captain and all these people and so on involved, the ministers and so on. So I would recommend that. I want, and everybody saw the government has said is going to bring the Barima, and now it's looking for tenders. I hope somebody getting a kickback from that tender business now. This is not another charade on a charade where somebody's being offered money or getting themselves on justly unjust enrichment on top of this tragedy, making money because they submit a bid that was approved and all these kinds of nonsense that go on in Guyana. So these are things that concern me, brother. But my primary concern is is the people of Guyana, the kids, the families who are left without parents, those who are left there without any kind of help. I feel their pain. And yes, as a lawyer from Guyana and still practicing law there and entitled to practice law there as a prosecuting magistrate and someone who's been a very prominent law in Guyana, I have plans to ensure, even if I don't do it myself, that justice is done by coordinating and using my levers of power or levers of relationships to make sure that there's a team of lawyers there who's going to bring in lawsuits to make these people
Now,
whole.
on that note, I applaud you for taking the initiative um, and doing that. Because I've been tuning into your program of recent things you started, the third or fourth program I think I tuned into, and I listened to you. It's very informative from the side of the law on what has to be done and so forth. Because sometimes having this program and talk and to people, some people might pick it up and run with it, but sometimes the motivation because of knowing Guyana and knowing the system how it works, the whole charade of the government using the independent body, the police force, who is the force to enforce the law, constitution and the law of Guyana, um, you know, use them
Hmm.
in the sense that like something like I'm not scared to talk about, but the same thing what President Trump is trying to do in this country, but the checks and balance over here to stop him in his part. Um, Guyana is prevalent for that because the government could order the commission of police and order ranks and whatever people they have, people they call it. But listen, this person, go after this person, hold this person, please.
Hmm.
The prime example, we have a duly elected opposition of parliament with Mohammed. I'm not a supporter of Mr. Mohammed. I'm not whatever. I get out of Guyana politics. I should read of Guyana politics because there's so numerous anomalies to count and to begin with that happening in Guyana concerning Guyana. Constitution and the policy and the order of business and the parliament and so forth, so much has been preached by the PPP. And I support the PPP all my life. Listen, sometimes people talk, you're born PPP. Like, listen, I am a strong supporter of PPP. I've been around at some point in time. I was active in the PPP for a little bit, not the frontliner, but I was there. Small community, my group, people that around me, I influence them, yeah, whatever. And being an Indian growing up in Guyana, we were taught that PPP is the party we should be supporting the people, my parents, my grandparents, and people. And guess what? It came a point of time that I was fed up with what's going on, and I share my concern about what's happening or whatever. Hence, I had the opportunity to migrate to the U.S. for a better life, and came out of all the charade and the mishandling and the way the police treat you and the whole corruption and everything happens. In America, everything you have to pay for it. Like if you want a birth certificate, it's a fee. If you want a document, it's a fee for it. You don't have to bribe them by the get. You pay it, you do fee, you join the line, you pull up the information, and you get served professionally. There are some places that I'm gonna say it clearly. I'm not scared to talk about it. Like I could speak. I'm not saying all of us connected is happening, but there are some partners connected with problems where 80% of the employees become Guyanese now. They bring the same attitude that they come from Guyana with and treat you and talk to you like anyhow, and they don't have no courtesy in doing what they're doing. They're getting paid by taxpayer or the government who hire them to get to serve us as a community. And government don't. Some people understand the government is there to serve and protect the people. Now we have a national strategy in traveling Guyana. They try to politicize it. People question where Muhammad get a body bag. I want them to go investigate Muhammad where get a body bag to pick up people. I don't know. I don't want to know either. That's not my part of my thing. But I watch people commenting on all kind of things. The guy is genuine. They have a heart. I don't care what the sanction you have against him. I'm talking about humanity. He shows humanity, and he went out there for 4 or 5 days with his own resource, his own everything, to try to help bring closure to people who lost their loved one. And tragedy which should not ever happen. I heard people made mention that this boat was decommissioned in March of 2026. It was tendered out there for $600. All this allegation, quote unquote. Um, they were tendered out there for $600, 600,000 dollars for commission this boat to have major overhaul and have it, you know, done dry dock to get it seaworthy. And there was a bickering and fighting of who's get the contract, whether it's Juan Edgel minister or Indar Ali minister. Bodies are competing for the contract for 600 million, or I don't know what the number is, but the number is six. I saw it or somebody put it out there. Um, and the all is this allegation. But this is what's happening, and my contention is anything because now they are signing this paper or this document because I have ended up in lawsuit over here where I was moved from people breach of your information and the class action lawsuit came. I never petitioned the lawsuit, but because I was banking or because I was having medical record, I have received checks, not for big sum of money like $300, $400, $500, $200, $85, numerous at different times because people, companies got breached and my personal information was exposed on the dark web. And I understand class action lawsuit a little bit because when they come, I read them, understand what I'm getting this money for, why I'm getting it, and all this kind of thing. Because I'm not a lawyer, but I read documents. I also I'm a licensed financial rep, I'm part of FINRA. I understand the laws, tax laws. I am a licensed agent. I'm doing life insurance. I'm a financial. I get in the financial game over here, so I understand quote unquote the financial laws. Not 100%, but I have a certain degree of licensing that I operate on behalf of clients. So I understand all of that. So I read. I am a person that read documents, try to understand the language and what is being sold, and then so on and so forth. So I'm not somebody just jumping on here to express my view. The other thing I was coming to is because I was so traumatized when I heard that they're trying to make this whole shooting a cover up and make that MV Barima 12 nautical mile in the Atlantic Ocean a memorial site um, to cover evidence. Is it anything that the opposition or anybody could do, not opposition, any person could do to have force the hand of the government in order because this is not an isolated case. This is a national tragedy in Guyana of such of the nature.
Well,
Been a
yes.
long
What they can do again, it comes back to the same who has an interest in this, and they got to go to a judge. I must tell you that I believe they are not going to make it a memorial site. I think they're backing away from that. They realize that they got a problem and they can look worse. And the government shouldn't even think about that anymore to cover and hide. Because that would be obstruction of justice where you hide evidence. But coming back to your point, the relatives can go to a judge. And not all the judges are the same. Some judges will be very impartial and will be very sympathetic to the situation that you lost your relative, you want to bury. Some of them said that you give me a bone, let me bury even one bone from my family. Give me something so I can remember them. Give me something I can put in an urn and I can remember them. Don't let me think that shark eat them out there or left them out there in the cold to die in the seawater. So a judge will say that I'm ordering the government of Guyana not to salvage, not to put a memorial, but to salvage the boat. Salvage the boat, put baits and so on. Yes, a court can order that, and government has to comply because I would advise the family keep an eye on this. If we find that the government is not going to allow them to, excuse me, to bring the boat in and continue with the bids, especially since Mr. Mohammed, credit to him, he said he's going to do it for free. I don't know why they didn't take him up, take away from him that he's not going to ask for money or sue them back for money. I would have taken him up instead, like you said, give bids. And I said just so before you came on, And I hope that these bids that are given up is not somebody gonna get bribe on top of a bribe within some cabal. You understand? That give out contracts, because I understand that's what's going on. But if you got an interest in this, you get some of the money and it goes down the road and you get a percentage of the contract. The minister gets some, this body gets some, this body got some. This is common knowledge in New York. Don't these people understand that people know what's going on? People know what's going on in Guyana, that you got a PR from the top coming down. And we can't have a system like that. We can't have government like that. That is, like you said, that's not how it works in America. That's a crime for people to bribe like that going down. But to answer your question, yes, the government can be stopped and enforced and enjoined and commanded by a court, a Supreme Court, to tell them that you cannot create a burial site here, and we order you to bring the body home and bring the bodies and bring the wreck to shore. Yes, so that's a legal solution there.
Even if one person petition that, right?
Well, I would prefer to have not one person. When you go to a judge, you try to carry at least out of this 100 people, you carry a representative faction. So when a judge looks out, you see like at least 20 people before he asking for the same remedy. It becomes a
Okay.
very strong case. One person coming might want to like push that card aside, but if you got 20 people with different affidavits saying that I want even a bone, I want even a shoe, I am upset by this. Different Native American, Black, Indian, you know what I mean? A wide cross section of Guyana. Then he realizes this is a national tragedy. This is a national request. This is a request on behalf of the people who died. I forget about minister and forget about this. I gotta make this order. So he opened up his eyes. That's how you go to court and try to get the court to go your way. And I think that that would not be difficult, because a lot of people know that if they stand together, they are stronger than somebody just take, like what happened in Madia. You see, Madia is a lesson for them to understand that you're not going to just take a pittance and sign off your rights, because that's the end of them. No, you don't hear back from them. So it's right for the boat to be brought, this ferry, or what remains of it. But the salt water is eating it up. Salt water is destroying everything, the bodies, the metals. A lot of stuff is down the drain. Bring it as quickly as possible. This big thing and this kind of kickback story got to be, this guy shouldn't happen in this case. I don't know why they didn't put a commission of inquiry to do that part, or give the commission of inquiry, who's going to start sitting soon, the ability to have people come in the open and award a contract right there and then let him come and bring it, or let Mr. Mohammed do it and like give him a fair compensation for it. If you don't want to be obligated to him, if he said he can do it, sure. And he put a clause: if Mr. Mohammed fails to retrieve the wreck, nothing will be due to him. Period. Full stop.
So my question, this is a question that the legal minds could help me understand or get clarification, because and not me, the general public.
Mhm.
This is national tragedy. The government declared, Mr. Irfan Ali declared,
3 days.
President Irfan Ali declared 3 days of mourning. So that puts it on a different bracket. It's a national tragedy. So why did they had they had emergency parliament to come and vote on a committee to inquire what's happening here ASAP? Um, why is all this delay about get going around and pushes out to the tender or pushes out? This is a national strategy. Why is it that calling other governments and friends of Guyana, quote unquote, no Guyana on the world stage because of our oil exploration and the booming economy, and everybody wants to invest? India and all of these countries, China, have been investing in China. Why is it the government, President Ali, and the government of the day, Mr. Barajagde, who is the president of our real concern, micromanaging the country? Where is your power, Mr. Jagde? You get the champion of the earth. You own that. Where is your voice as the vice president of Guyana now? Shadow president behind. Use your influence now to bring people, to bring closure, not put politics aside. This is human life loss. This is people suffering who is that survived that tragedy, and people lost their loved one and survived, and they do what went down and everything. People are hurting emotionally.
Well, good point. Let me don't miss this. Free Tinker 222 says mobile had 6 helicopter, no request for help. You got Exxon there also with millions, billions dollars of equipment can go down and get our oil and can bring something that's lying on the surface. And they go far deeper than that to get our oil. And you're right. Why are these people coming up and ask? And you mean it's so proud we are, we can't call them and say, hey, what happened? You getting millions from me. You getting all this billion. You're giving me 2%.
Need
But
your help.
I need
They
your
need
help.
your help.
I need your help. I will give you a concession. How are we going to work it out? I'm sure these people will be ashamed to ask for something because they got equipment on spot. They're in the waters there. It's just a matter of repositioning and bringing the thing first. They shouldn't even be asking for money. They should say, how can we help? They themselves, the American ambassador, the Exxon should come up and say, how can we help? We are in your country. We sympathize with you. All they do, they complain, oh, this body got to go to America over this extradition. This body. Sure, you interfere in my business. But why you don't interfere now? When I need you, you mean you're not reading? I see I got over 100 people die. Exxon, I got to beg you. I got to talk to you. Why these people don't have? So you made a very excellent point, brother, that these
So
people are not living up to their are not living up to their what they've been getting from Guyana.
and again, I'm going to bring this to the front of the table. This is why these are the things that super my Guyanese and people who migrated and live abroad, wanting a better life, have done better, wants to go home back to help Guyana and make a positive contribution to their country. They're reluctant because of these kind of scenarios, these kind of long charade and dragged out
Right.
system, we taking notes. We are taking notes. If I bring back $10,000 to Guyana, I'm helping Guyana in some way. I'm spending the money over there. Every time I go to Guyana for vacation, every time I go to some business, I spend over $10,000 to pay rates and taxes of land we own, stuff we own in Guyana, and help family and friends and have a nice time, go out a little bit. I spend. You have $10,000 in your pocket to spend over a week or 2 weeks in Guyana. You embarrass yourself. You don't have that, and then you go because everybody sees you. And I'm learning a new phenomenon in Guyana. You don't get workers. You can't go back and say go a small business enterprise, whatever. You don't get people to work. People don't want to work.
You don't want to work.
I just don't want. I'm not all of them. I'm gonna say
No, no, but I've heard that. That's why I asked you to clarify because somebody said at how I shouldn't say that, but I said a lot of people tell me guys don't like to work now.
no. They come to work 1, 2, 3. They ask for you. All right, I understand the economy, the cost of living is gross. It's way above the earning means.
Somebody said most of them lazy.
Listen, some of them.
I hear after Thursday that stop work, man. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday no work. Tuesday and Wednesday. Mondays hangover, get up or hangover time. And Tuesday and Wednesday then work. 2 day a week.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday payday, you must see them.
And I said Venezuelans that do the work now in Guyana and Cubans.
85%. For me, on the construction field in Guyana, all the road work, everything they open up in Guyana, all they open up, we have over 60% of Venezuelan, Colombian, and not Colombian,
Brazil?
Cuba. Cuban. And because of Haiti, people from Haiti in Guyana, they contribute to nearly 50% of our construction workforce in Guyana. And that's a proven fact. Go for yourself, ask anybody else, they're going to tell you every turn event. Everybody is Spanish. You speak Cuban is Spanish, Venezuelan is Spanish, but the Brazilian come in a different aspect. The Brazilian miners are there to steal our gold with the help of the mining industry in Guyana. So I'm telling you, I've been in the gold mining operation. I used to work with some big company. I was GM for some big organization. I will not call the name online, but I'm telling you, 100% of the crew member are Brazilian and foreigners, not Guyanese.
So everybody coming for their own now. Use us.
You see, again, that's over 70 years ago I leave Guyana, so I'm speaking from when I know.
Somebody said the Spanish will run things in Guyana soon.
Absolutely, they're coming. They feel like they're coming through. They're coming, and then some of them doing the right thing. The government getting them to register. They know who they are. They got some form of identification or whatever. But yeah, the gross amount of them in Guyana also do not have any documentation, so they could do anything and run away because we don't know who they are.
My goodness.
You
So,
see,
and then you got Venezuela, which is a Spanish speaking country breathing down our necks, You got to be cognizant of all these things as a president that, am I doing the right thing? Should I bring people from India? Perhaps they're more docile, they're more my type. They're more like have a historical connection, people from Africa who came with the
no,
ships,
but
you know.
not to hit that. We have a lot of Indian dedicated people working in the medical field in Guyana. Trust me. There are a lot of them, but it's not the Indian people that looking for a handout or they.
Oh, no, no, I have no apologies for them. They're very good. As a matter of fact, in New York, you have to compete with them at all levels. These
Yes,
Indians
and
over here are very bright. They come to compete with the best, yes.
right.
That's why they
They,
had all
they,
them top companies, Pepsi to Google and so on. You can't stop them, and I appreciate that.
the Indians, they all over, and and the one, the educated one, them, the one in the medical field, they are capturing the Guyana medical department
But let me
right
ask you
now.
this: was ExxonMobil involved in any rescue operations there?
Not that I know now.
Have you read anything of that or so?
Not that I know now. I've been following very close. I
Yeah, I
have
haven't seen
people
anything
there.
like that. I'm gonna check it
No.
out further for further research, and on the next show I'll shed some light on it. Because a
And
good friend of mine made that point,
and
and if she
even
made that point, then it must have some iota or scintilla of evidence there. But I
and
mean, not only to they should actually take over the proceedings as regards the whole lifting of the ship. They're
uh,
good enough. They're worth the money for it. This Exxon is big. That's chicken.
in
Just
Guyana,
that small thing for them.
they're huge, not big, because
Huge. That's the
comparatively,
word. Huge. All over the world.
listen, in Guyana they're huge. In other countries they might have competitor. Guyana they're huge. Nobody competing in Guyana with his exploration.
They said they
They,
deployed three vessels on a dive team. I know there's some French people who dive there and say about how the place is dangerous and they have to feel and so on and they cut out. But who can get the love for your country and Guyanese, they don't have the value that we put on a brother's life. They're cut out and
but,
gone away.
but here, listen to me. I would say with international, that's pure baloney, because we have divers in Guyana that I know of. In my days in the mining sector, we had divers to go 80 and 90 feet in black water, a whole a gravel pump, and a suction pump on any there, and a pump, a break rocks and catch cow and whatever you call it for formerly here, to get down to the gravel in the Echicuba River.
You got
That's
top class divers can dive worse than that, right?
I'm telling you
Than
that
12 mile.
I'm not a diver, but I went down. I went down there to have the experience.
Van
I
Lusa, you
did.
got uncle diving in the hinterland. He just said to somebody on the share. So they do have people who've been in worse waters than where this boat is that can do the dive. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. I'm guaranteed 100% that I know now.
I don't know why we didn't get these people there right away. Pay them the money that what we gonna pay French or whosoever will send people. And you see when people send people to volunteer, brother, they gonna do it for free. They expect them they'll cut out and run and sorry man. After 2 days, they're gonna send them people is dead and done with them.
But they self said it's 40 to 50 feet. The boat is resting below
So then afar.
and Guyana man go up punching hole and go between rocks and dive 60, 80, 90 feet below the water.
Okay, and stay down there long.
Yeah, about 2 hours, bro.
2 hours. Wow.
At a time.
Them got equipment when I'm do that?
Ask you listen. Call up any diving every company that have a what you call a water dredge. Now they got equipment that work. The draggers that go down and then whatever. When the cable gets stuck underneath it and the gravel that cut the head gets stuck underneath here, the diver has to go down that 70, 60 feet below there and free up what they have cut that cable on the ground there to bring that boom up. So
You made a very good point. Anything, if somebody sneezes too hard, we got to call overseas for help. If somebody get cough, we got to call overseas and run and go. That's when the big money share out. We not call people. I mean, we gotta know that in this country, my father always told me, in good and bad, you stick with what you have, right? In good or bad, in good time or bad time. But we got seasonal heroes in Guyana. When the money share out and the land, they are there. And when things are bad and a call for help or they're not ask nobody, they're too proud to ask Exxon and the other people you talk about, they're India, all those people. These are our friends. America itself.
something I'm gonna raise with you here tonight. When they have, the event, the manifest for the boat, everything
Yes.
that's loaded on the boat, right? The manifest they got and everything that was loaded, what was the cargo, who was assigned to the cargo, where it's going to. If they have that, and they got all this other stuff on the boat, when they lift the boat up and they find that roll or they find this thing and they find that thing, which is not on the manifest, who load them? Who it's assigned to? So the corruption starts right there. That's why the government don't want to bring the boat up, because there are evidence that will contradict the documents that are going to show, unless they're cooking the books now and reprinting stuff and go back and tamper with all the manifest of that boat of that particular day or prior time
Well,
there or
the
whatever.
minister, and here is where he sort of like made confessions that the boat had no insurance. Perhaps it was such a poor condition, no company would insure it. He opened up himself to so much criticisms and negativity. It's difficult. And I mean, I don't know him. I don't hold a brief for him. But if I was his legal advisor and a friend of him, I would let him go on leave till this thing started out and tell him that there's a possibility he may have to resign. Very strong possibility.
No, how many times before, check our history, that scenario has already played out where minister had to resign. What is different now? Tell me what is different now for the president to ask the ministers to step aside. What is hindering him? What is the cause? What is hindering? What is causing this to happen this time around? Because of evidence gonna go back right back up the chain, so they can't cover the tracks. So they're trying to scapegoat these three guys in the whole the captain, the two other crew members. I know what their titles are, and charge them with more to charge and handcuff them with tape
Good. I
and
think it's one is good supervisor, another one is some. These are just guys hustling for feed their family. They're not no big fancy thing. Even the captain a cry and said the boat they got anky, they got respond. I get me for drive the boat. A captain who was there, I don't know if you saw his article. The man was there 12 years on this boat. Daniel, I think his
yeah, I
name
saw
is.
it. I saw it.
This man
I saw
said
it.
12 years I've taken a boat and they wanted to yeah, get me and I don't want to draw. This boat is not seaworthy, it's a floating coffin. So you had the evidence there. Why did we go after these three poor people? And I sympathize with them. I mean, they did some wrong thing with the marijuana and so on, but there's not murder. When you charge murder for take a man of his life, you're making a
Well,
big step. And I've seen cases where the BPP has not prosecuted for murder. How come you're so quick for prosecuting this case? I got a problem with that.
so
With the scrap iron, as ice water say, scrap iron.
my question is that how under what grounds they're charging this guy for murder? Is this is murder charge? If it's a first degree murder charge,
Well, let me
can it?
explain this to you. I'm a prosecutor, right? I was a prosecutor on the top one. I came up against the best. You name the lawyer, do not sing Rex McKay, Bernard DeSantis, Peter Britton, and Lionel Lucco. I came up against all them, Bio Adams. And I held my own Magnum, all them. But here was the law of the murder. Murder, you got to get malice aforethought. It means you got to conceive when you go to drive the boat that you're going to kill everybody, that you're going to commit suicide and you carry out them and do like what happened with the Korean pilot. Or two, you're going to commit grievous bodily harm, which is a felony. And during the course of doing grievous bodily harm, death occurs as felony murder. Neither of these two scenarios fit this position with due respect to the Director of Public Prosecutions. So how are you going to bring a murder charge and make it like a mock and stop? If she had brought a manslaughter charge, she would have been on better grounds. But if it was the intent to stifle these people from talking to say, well, the minister tell you for fetch all this log and the minister was the one who was running your own side show here or whosoever big in the government or whatever. I'm not saying that affirmatively. I'm just saying these are the word out there. Then that is a reason why, and that is not a reason to take somebody at the liberty. You don't have a prosecutor as a minister of justice. You don't charge people because you want to find a plug for a problem to stop a leak. It looks very bad too.
So the head of the DPP came up with these murder charges under what under that kind of stipulation, and they don't have that proof of murder.
That is a breach of the ethics of the profession. You, as a director of public prosecutions, you are not a political acolyte. You're not an arm of the government. It's a constitutionally protective office. You're not like the Attorney General who's a government lawyer for the government. The Director of Public Prosecution, and I worked there, I became a senior state counsel. Nobody can influence your decision. You have a file, you got to go through the evidence. And you got to get the ingredients. Murder, malice aforethought. Two, the dead body. That's another weakness in the case. Dead body, how you can prove the person died. Three, post-mortem said that the person died from the acts of this captain. And four, the person died within a year and a day. And you didn't even got the body. That's a big weakness in the case. You didn't even retrieve the vessel to see the circumstances. You can't even prove this person was on the boat. How are you going to charge with the two people said a kill and you don't even know if this person died? So when I look at the charges, I realized that she wasn't acting as an officer, and with due respect to her, as an officer of the court, because I've worked in that office before. I know. I've done the cases there myself. I've done the worst cases, kick down the door bandit. These same trawler cases when people come and steal our fish and our shrimp, I prosecuted those cases, and we used to seize the vehicle, the vessel. Guyana got a lot of vessels due to that. Because these people come and steal American vessels that come in your water, then they get the permission, they come where the shrimp is and the fish, and they take all. You understand? In a 12-mile zone. So they used to lose their vessel when they get convicted. But the big cases we would go after. Truck and so on too. So what I'm saying, my brother, is this. It beats me and it astonishes me that the Director of Public Prosecutions came out with a charge so quickly. The vessel was not yet been salvaged. The vessel was not on ship. I have seen cases where she has not charged as quickly as that. The indecent haste, as the lawyers use that term, with which he proceeded to choose the three, what they call them, scapegoats. Three scapegoats were charged. It's not judicial. It's not a judicious act. It's an impertinent act.
I'm going to refer to a case. You remember?
The Okinanan?
Recently, where a police officer, the child was on a pedestrian crossing, a police officer hit the child and killed him, a 15-year-old. That's about early this year, or late last year, maybe we don't refresh me properly. And the DPP was 3 months or 4 months before she came out with a murder charge against the police.
Right.
Now, 3 weeks, I've been on, and you came out with a murder charge.
Yes, that's why I call it indecent haste. Murder, by the way, does not have a statute of limitations. You can bring murder charge. You don't have to bring it in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Murder is one of the exceptions. Murder and treason. If you have the evidence, the facts, and the law, you can bring the charges at any time. Right? You got time. You gather your evidence. You must have the evidence before you charge. Them kind of charges you don't just sign off on a murder indictment. You understand? Because that's the you're taking away that man's liberty. You're putting him in jail. So you have to have evidence to a reasonable cause that you are sure in your mind, honey, that person, you can get a conviction. But the way I don't see a conviction on this, I don't see the law standing up before a judge. I don't even see a case like this going to the jury. This is a no case submission can be made, and the magistrate got to say, I throw the case. And one other thing, brother, are you sure? There's a case with the Okinanan, and I had to refresh my memory. I don't know if you remember that. One of the most famous murder cases in the whole of Guyana. The old people will remember this. The Okinanan. The Okinanan, I think, was able to beat his charges or make a lot of legal arguments because they couldn't prove he was within Guyana's jurisdiction. He was out at sea that they did this alleged act. And it's the same thing that brings in jurisdiction. How can we tell where that ship was to a certainty that it was within Guyana's territorial waters, or we do not have jurisdiction and the charge cannot stand? You understand? They have not got any evidence there from maritime experts to say, yes, this is within Guyana's territorial integrity, the 12 miles. We know it was somewhere in the Atlantic, but we don't know how far. We got to be sure by mathematical certainty, following the Okinanan's case and previous cases Guyana's had, which I was involved in, that this trawler and this ferry, just like the trawler when we seize them and people come and steal our shrimp and our fish, that these things were within the territorial sovereignty of Guyana's jurisdiction. If it was in Venezuela's, then Venezuela got to try them. Or if they're in Trinidad, then Trinidad got to try them. If they're in no man's land, then they walk free. Because you can't say that they were within the 12 miles jurisdiction of Guyana. That's how the law works. So this was an indecent hastily charged. You're right. I agree with you. That's a very good point you made. And you can't prove these people died. How we know that John Jones was on that boat if you didn't get the body? You know, some case was that said you can't shoot a charge more unless you get a body. Where's the
Well,
body?
well, this one I have heard. Someone had bought ticket in their name, but they did travel on the ferry. The families travel instead of them with that same ticket. So how can you assure that the people that are not accountable for and who is on that ferry because there is no proper identification process that is in place that who's and who was on that vessel.
Yeah, and the burden of
Um,
proof is on you, the prosecutor. You got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and you creating doubt there that the jury got to be instructed to acquit, because you're right. You got to ascertain, and don't be surprised if they charge somebody and later find out that the person was alive and somebody else died in his place. How we know this? The two people that they all died, or like you said, there was one or two of them who you can't match the ticket, and then there were some people traveling without tickets. What with a dead person on the boat that was already dead? Is that a double murder? You see how complicated this thing is?
and for your information, at the time when I was flying that route, my cargo was going at the amount that I'm carrying 100 bags, I was paying for 50 bags, and I'm one of them who is to contribute to the corruption over there because that's the only way you can make money by selling those cargo in that distance. I used to take 100 bags for produce up there and pay for 50 because people in the system was taking the other half of the money, the other half a quarter of
Well,
it.
apparently that was still the practice of this here because a man named Roll Frank, and I'm sorry I didn't bring on the video. The next time I come on, I'm gonna bring the video. I thought I saved it in the computer, was on my drive in another computer. Roll Frank. If you got a Roll Frank said he called somebody and they taped him, right? Roll Frank, I presume dead. They couldn't find him. And Roll Frank said, you know, this boat are taking water. This boat they're right up to the water. The captain is still taking more load. You understand? So they kept overpowering this poor MV Barima. That this vessel old already, it barely can make it, and you're putting more pressure on this poor boat. And you would expect like when donkey can broke out and you see when they pay a killer horse, you see them horses falling and collapse. It's the same thing here, brother. Same thing here. You know. And one girl said a man went down after giving up the floating device. Yes. So was he killed? Did he surrender? What is the circumstances? I heard about three of them, and then he get the lady and the daughter, the lady for hold on, and he got up. Just like what happened to the Titanic. Very, very sad situation. That man is a hero. Let me see if we invite this lady here. Um,
Okay.
wait, you stay on. Let's see if she got anything to say. Let me invite her, Shelly Backus. Um, and Onik is saying, my good friend, that let me see Shelly Backus. I don't know why she's not. Invite Shelly Backus as a judge. Shelly, I'm inviting you. You should accept this invitation. Invite Shelly Backus to join. Onik, it is the burden of the prosecution to prove every ingredient of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense doesn't have to say anything. The defense can stay quiet. That's why we advise clients to stay quiet. Like if police come and stop you on the road. Oh, you've been drinking? I don't have anything to say. I want my lawyer present. How many drinks you had? I'm sorry, I have a Fifth Amendment right. I'm not going to incriminate myself. I want my lawyer. Because from time you say those things, it's used as evidence against you. So what you have is a Fifth Amendment right. You don't see that man Fauci when they call he for put the load for he in
Everything
Congress.
he said, apart from my law, yeah,
I
I
have a
heard him.
Fifth Amendment right. Even lawyers don't even know about that right. That's a great right that America has. From time they try to incriminate you or make you a criminal, you have a right. Fifth Amendment, you stop talking. That's your right. No, not obstructing, just your right. So what I'm saying is that the captain gonna say that to the commission of inquiry. So how are you gonna prove this case? You got to give him immunity, and he won't trust you again. He will say, "Y'all charge me. Y'all want to put me in more than I done with y'all." I forget stuff. I can't remember nothing. You know what I mean? Things like that is gonna happen.
But the only thing, there's a famous quote or say or what you say. I cannot remember. You don't say I don't. I don't know. I cannot. I remember. My
Mm-hmm.
memory does not permit me because my memory is strategy for me. and I
Well,
can't
it might be
remember.
such a hard thing that yes, that you might not be able to remember everything because it affected you so much that you were temporarily insane.
Yes, and they gotta prove that I could go to a psychiatrist and prove that
Well, if you
I
got
don't.
evidence like that, that's good evidence.
You see, and these are the ways that you can help these people, to work with or work against
Mm.
someone, because there's a legal route that we could, you like, once could explore as a good lawyer or a good person. I follow a lot of NCIS for the case and all. And that's my kind of thing. I'm old school like you, Mr. Baldeo. I think
Uh-huh.
I'm up there too. And my hair like look like black, but I keep it this way because of yeah, I used to look like when I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
there.
yeah. So,
So
you're a very well read man. I like the way you use the language. I can tell when someone is educated, and that's good. You show that. And you're in the field of real estate, eh?
I'm in the field of financial investment, portfolio,
Wow.
people retirement, and financial education. I do insurance, all type of insurance, life insurance, health insurance. I'm licensed to do all of them. I choose which field I want to jump in at any time because I am certified and licensed by the FDIC. I'm a part of FINRA. So I came to this country. I used to work for the government indirectly. I used to subcontract. I had a construction company back in Guyana. I
Uh-huh.
do a lot of when in the early 2007, 8, 9, 10, all the way, up from 2000, 1985, 86, um, 90, 95, 96. What am I saying? I ventured into construction. Under Jack Dale was the president at that time, and there a lot of construction road work and rehabilitation of the road and all the roadways during his presidency, his term. There was a lot going on over there, and I jumped into that field, and I used to subcontract with all the big contractors, Siran Brothers, Dipcon Engineering, East North and Sons, Brian Tiwari. I subcontracted all these guys. They know me well. Um, so I'm a go-getter. I am a person that I believe in working hard. I believe in to do due diligence, being stuck hard or soft. I don't give up. I work long hours. I leave my home 5 in the morning. I come 10 in the night.
Wow.
Try to provide for my wife and 5 kids. At that time in Ghana, wife don't work. They only do babysitting, raising kids, and that's 10 times harder than me going to work. Trust me, because my wife was sick at one time. I had to look after those 5 kids and be for her, and I understood that she was going through as a father, as a husband,
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
I learned that at a very young age, having 5 kids, and my wife was, and not only best health, she had some complication going on,
My
and she
gosh.
was down out. Um, Family, everybody had their own life around them. I had to be the father providing and be the mother for the kids for them. For now, that period, my wife was not up and running. So I understand that the hard work a woman does in the house, who that was our wife, and when some husband goes and work the money and come home, and the thing that did everything, and then they don't want to abuse the wife because lunch is not prepared, this is not prepared, something is not done properly. She have 5 kids, or she have a one kid, 5 kids or one, it's the same responsibility she has to make sure everything is done properly and kept the house or whatever. It's hard. It's 2 times harder than work that I was doing. Although I'm working from the morning at 5 and I come home sometimes at 8, 9, 10 in the night. I work long days. I had people working for me. I had a little construction company. I had about 20 to 30 guys working for me, average around the year, because I just subcontracted all these contractors that had all this big road work when the stadium was doing, when the hiker highway was doing to get to New Amsterdam. On the other side from New Amsterdam to Mountain Creek, I was with all those contractors getting the big contractors. We just subcontracted them. And now I was the big contractor. I was subcontracting. I was around when I was doing that. Mortgage Bridge, the Palmyra Road. I could go
Onik, I'm
on
trying
and on.
to invite you on. There's a good friend of ours named Onik Prasad,
Sure, that's
and I'm
another
trying to
one.
see whether she can join because she has some views apparently on saying well that there's some sort of what you call it reasonable conduct on behalf of the government, which is good to have all voices in these things. But I don't see her joining, and I'm trying to tell her to join.
So my question, if anybody have, I have not to see, nobody stream them. I don't watch it the Guyana news. I don't see a press conference coming out with the government weekly or every 2 days a week. Come out and say, here we are. This is with educate the, because if you don't want a scenario to play out in the street, that people going, I see people going to the minister house, and they are protesting and candlelight and a vigil all over the place. And those things could spiral out of control, and the police will use brutal for ignorance and kill more people. And the government can do something to stop that. And what they could do is to inform the people what steps they are taking, and be transparent what's happening, and open up for the country and everybody to be a part and parts, as you rightly said, that they need local expert in Guyana to be on that panel of inquiry, that whatever transpired with that whole venture of the Barima disappearing. And people lost their life, and recovering whatever remained. People is still trapped in that. I heard one of the crew member normally goes to his cabin and lock himself in there. People says that, the family member says that that's what he normally does when he goes to sleep. So that man is trapped in there. The body is in there, the rock or whatever left behind now, with the bone or whatever, because it will decompose. It sits in that boat for that one reason that we have there. And to add insult to injury, the government does not have the accurate count of how many people was on that boat. But first was 116 passengers on the boat. Then when they do the math, they recover 77 and 77 died. So 77, how much? 140, 154 people. They are mad.
I think
They
that's
mad.
why people are calling for Edgil, because he talked too much, and he talked too much of things that didn't make sense. He came out ahead of the story, and he should have waited until he got all the facts. So he has a lot to blame for his problems that he's in. That people calling on
No,
for his head. He should have waited
no.
and done, and don't scramble and haul up on the people and like treat them like garbage, and pretending that he's untouchable. You don't understand how the law can touch anybody.
The
Um,
guy was a big, I want those videos
Arrogant.
replayed, man. And he was so arrogant and yelling at people at the press conference, and said, let's get the people who spreading fast rumor, and promoting this operation, and trying to lambaste the government about. And the guy was, he was
Well, Onik
into
is asking, a minister does not automatically have to resign because a tragedy occurs. Why would you say that Minister Edgel should resign in this situation, if you agree with that? Do you think he should resign?
I feel he should be stepped aside until a proper inquiry is done, an investigation, thorough investigation of the tragedy. And if the parliament want to exonerate him, that's a different aspect. I can't go against that. That's the constitutional law. But my contention now, he should step aside, put the acting minister, put somebody to fill the position temporarily. That's the law constitution allows that. Have some. Do you want to tell me there nobody else in Guyana have the wealth of knowledge or the expertise to operate that ministry? That's what
And
they're saying.
do they have a junior minister there? I know they got sometimes senior and junior minister. So much
They have,
ministers.
yeah, every aspect. And they created that a junior minister position
Uh
or a
huh.
shadow minister. Yeah, so let somebody operate in the position and stand the gap for 2 or 3 months, or how long it take, a year, 2 years. I don't care how long they drag it out. It should be expedited. And that's what I know. It should
Mm.
not be something to prolong and prolong and prolong. This should be crucial as fast as possible in a professional manner, and a thorough investigation. And where the evidence lead and the money lead, you follow the money, follow the evidence, and where it leads, it shall bring home justice to people. That's my closing. That's my contention. That brings closure for me as a patriotic Guyanese, as a person who's breathing the air that no one can give to me. God, I am serious under that oath, that's the route they should take in this situation. If they want peace in Guyana, they want a prosperous Guyana, they want people to come back to Guyana, they want our guys who there will come and yes, only if you have a friend in the party or the government. I don't care. I care less. Um, you go up to Ghana and you know somebody in the system and the body of our, you get a contract. but the contract don't come for free. I know the system. I have people live there. I have investment there. I have vested interest there. I don't investment. I have vested interest there, and I understand how it works. I used to work for indirectly for the government on the government contract, and I know how it works. Even for me, who was on the private contractor, I understood there was a system in place that if you don't grease the wheel, you don't get no more. And I understand the whole system. Corruption is in the DNA of Guyana, and the people of Guyana. The system was there, Bornham created it, and it stays there, and everybody inherits off it because and again, another thing has to be redressed. If we and the salary that the public service is getting, teachers is getting in Guyana, I don't care how much they raise it in comparison of cost of living in Guyana. Trust me, man. Um, I'm going to tell you, I'm scared to go to Guyana because of how much money you have to spend when you go there. I don't know how. To be honest, I don't know how people are put 40 and $50,000 renting Guyana and put food on the table when more for the $7,000-8,000 a week. You do the math, see if it matters. And that's my contention in terms of the economy of Guyana. But the whole not deviate from the issue and the problem. I think Bishop Edgel should step aside and Minister Indar, both of them should step aside and let the investigation carry on. And everybody is keep all the harbor master, all the people in Chile, keep them there because they are the one who has to answer. Those are the one you would press charge against them. And if it weren't the minister and they have to go and if they're liable, then you should proceed them in the criminal cases too. Again, there are breaches from the harbor master, or transport and harbor breaches. Those are the area where the corruption happens, and it's not a small scale corruption because the minister then get kicked back from that. They are in the pie. They get taste of the pie. They know what's happening there because the minister could send material and a roller to Northwest or Cambria, wherever they send it, well before they drop it off. And
What was
if
the
that
reason behind sending that material there? I mean, what was the cause? He got a project there, it's a government project, a personal project. What was it?
I heard they have buddies, somebody having a project up there, which they have vested interest in, but not have the contract, but have vested interest because they're getting, the thing go, they do roll back. You understand?
I see what
So
you
they,
mean. Well, they may also have
so
what you call in law silent interest. They got a shell owner, and they're the real owners. People so
oh,
often disguise ownership through a series of trusts and shell companies, LLCs, and so on. You don't even know who owns what.
well, it's a legal system over here in America. You
Oh
don't have a
yes,
trust.
yes, yeah. The big boys do that. The
Yeah,
Wall
yeah,
Street guys. Nothing's wrong with it. It's a tax
that's
saving
not true.
mechanism. It's a situation there, but
Well,
sometimes they can pierce the veil and find out what's going on too.
yeah, but it take intensive investigation. We got involved a lot of high profile people like the FBI
Well, I see the point that people are making that if this captain, sorry, if you don't charge the captain, then he could talk about other things, and if you go higher up the chain, then they may give up other people too. Or if you go to the minister, he may give up high people above him too.
that's why we need an independent. You see, I compliment Irfan, the president, for initiate this. It's not it's different people from foreign countries that have expertise in this area too. It's not people wishy-washy people who just become or affiliates of him or whatever. It's international people, whatever. But as you rightly said, we don't need a five-member commission board. We need a 10-member, five from overseas and five from Guyana. All must have the same information and same input to discover what's happening on this strategy and to bring closer to the strategy. That's what is need to be done. He need to amend that. He have the power to do it. How he have the power to assign those five dignitaries from different countries? I strongly believe, and this is my strong view, that he should implement, make an endorsement to that, um, and endorse and bring this order five, at least five. If you use rightly pinpointed, Um, the ex-captain, the guy who captained the vessel for 12 years, he has some vital information to bring on board. We have the speaker with the guy with the maritime, 30-year-old maritime
Bennington.
expertise. I don't know, I can't remember the name. That one other
Yeah,
person
people are
be.
coming out and saying that they're concerned, and Guyanese, credit to them, they haven't, you see, they're saying they know about this. You can't just, Robert Millington. People are coming out, they have a conscience, they love their country just like all of us, and they, just like how I come out with my legal knowledge to help people and said, don't be afraid, you can get a class action lawsuit, and all of you don't sign no paper for get no 5,000 or no small chicken feed money. You're entitled to, because who can educate you? I think of it, if my father died when I was 3, 5 years old, what would have happened to us, brother? I mean, I have to think about these people. I can't only think about the government where they got everything. I got to think about the poor people. I grew up from the grassroots. So I would like to see people walk all over these people, you know? And this is what I'm trying to avoid over there, because a lot of people are scared to do it, or two, they couldn't care less, or three, perhaps Guyana is such a place where dog eat dog now that people don't even care about other people. If you don't got money, you can't see me as a lawyer and all them kind of things. I don't know if that's the case. If that's the case, a sad case.
Well, you know what the prime example, you have a prime example of that, why people don't want to come out and go against this government. You want me to expose a prime example? All right, I don't care what Muhammad did. He's a criminal. Yes, America wants him or whatever they want him. I'm not about Muhammad. I'm not a fan of Muhammad. I'm just saying, I'm giving my perspective of what happened to him when he was trying to help people recover dead bodies, babies, and things floating in the Atlantic Ocean. Tragedy, we should have been able to happen. You know what happened? This is a gossip. I don't know if it's true, but it's out there on the internet. Now, while he was out there, the guy that put his forward, there were 15 member who was tumbling his house. That
Hmm.
that's and that is a prime example of how this government will overreach and harass you, because who is the commanding chief of Guyana? Irfan Ali. Who ordered that search when the man was out there searching for dead bodies on the sea, or allocated dead bodies floating on the sea? Who who gave that order? We need to investigate that. Who gave the order to go and harass? The man is a public figure now. He's a official leader. He's not no more a body or whatever. He's the official leader. Who ordered that to happen? You know, and that take that spot. He's a man with money or supporters or whatever you could say, um, and they did that to him. How about the other guy is trying to come up against the government? You see, and that's where the victimization comes in play. So what I'm saying is a national tragedy, and if anything I'm done to protect these people from, you know,
I see your
um,
point, because just when he was looking for those bodies, you had a set of people that come into his house, and yeah, I saw the video from his sister. Sister's a very
yeah,
brave woman.
yeah,
Yes, you're right. I mean, and they walked away with nothing. I thought they would find some live stuff there, ammunition, bombs, what have you. But apparently, that was just done to harass this man.
exactly. So who are these people that will try one of these family or somebody within
And these are lowly
you
places in the
know,
videos. I hear your point, because these are poor people. These are not people
yeah,
connections. They ain't got Lamborghini. They ain't got the money. They ain't got nothing.
no,
Uh,
they don't have
They are sitting
they don't
duck,
have a
and that
they
is
don't
why
have a
we got to
proper
look at this stuff, because we got to look at this stuff, because this is not good. What's going on? You know, we got to
exactly
focus now on human rights. So I got to be looking at this stuff here from a human rights perspective with the Congress of the
of
United
course.
States. If there's fair and this kind of human rights report and this kinds of problem there, IMF and all these people monitor Guyana, and if people are being ostracized or scared because they speak out, then that's illegal. That's a breach of
Well,
the rights, and that's a human rights violations. So there's a lot of issues in Guyana that we need to guide if Guyana is going to become a thriving country, and if Guyana is going to be, like Dubai and these other countries that are here that I'm talking about. Things are not looking good for us right now. It look like we're going
well,
backwards now.
I don't, well, apparently, I'm not saying leave Guyana alone, or you're not firsthand knowing what this situation in Guyana. But I'm gonna tell you, the moment you become a vocal speaker against any government or PPP or the government in question today, let them put any government PPP. There are many areas they could trump up charges against you, send them the boys and PPP followers and supporters. So any listing where you're living, what you're doing, and everything, just people harass you and trump up charges against you. So everything I
Somebody
try
say
to
here
do.
that Ali and Muhammad playing a dangerous game to knock out the PNC party. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. You think that makes any sense? Ali and
No, they
Muhammad playing a dangerous game to knock out the PNC party. I think the PNC party has been knocked out.
they are minority. That they deny minority. They're not the official leader. They have a couple of seats, 9 seats or 8 seats in the parliament. I don't know what they have. Ali have 16, and then the other two just belongs to the 36 belongs to the PPP. That's what I know. You know.
Yeah, I
So
don't think it's
again,
about knocking out the PNC. I think it's about getting a foothold in government. They were best friends, and
yeah,
somebody said they were best buddies. Somebody just commented on that. A discussion, corruption, and human rights in Guyana. Share your thoughts. Wow.
so what they're saying because um, having Mohammed jump into politics is a human rights violation. That's what they're saying.
Oh no, 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 not that they're talking about. They're talking about the same thing we talk about the police being involved, and about if you raise your voice, then you will be targeted and you would be
Yes, yes, and
scapegoated.
that's a fact. That's happening present day in Guyana. I could speak about that. I know people who have issue with that, and that's one thing deter me to even to go back to invest my whatever I earned for my time in America or what I got when I got investor linked up. I got in a circle where I have people with money poised to to take it because they see Guyana, they read up on all the international news out here, guys, and they wanted to go and have an investment in Guyana. I have property in Guyana, have land in Guyana, and they want to make investment in Guyana because of the returns are there and but I told them one thing Guyana have and you don't see Guyana have a problem whereby any moment, any time that the strip could split, the strip can be flipped because of the political environment in Guyana. It's unstable. Although we try to portray that Guyana is growing and we have a democracy and whatever, but some people is left behind, and not some people. 50% of Guyanese is left behind. Although all these wealth are being now extracted and whatever is our guy getting, they are generally some people is people use the term earlier they're some people are lazy. I don't think they're lazy. They're not probably motivated because of how things are dispensed in Guyana or whatever. And if you're a friend of the government or you have know somebody in the government, you are favoritism and all that thing happening. So whatever is dispensed in Guyana, the resources in Guyana, it do have bias. I'm not saying the government is completely biased. They are open. I see people different ethnicity group. I don't label people black and Indian. There's different ethnicity group. The government is trying to incorporate everybody to be a part, get part of the pie, and enjoy what's there, and but um, to come to this accountability, I'm not hitting that part of it because I was there earlier, and I know only the big contractors grab up all the jobs, and then they scramble and they give people next, work. But now, what he's doing that giving small contractors, small people who is capable and want to work and you don't want to get into it and you show yourself approved. He's already small contracts and break it up and help them so that he dispenses the resource, you know, not 100% across everybody in Guyana, but a vast majority, over 50%. So 50% of people are left behind, and then you have to do one other thing. I'm not saying that you hear a foul cry that black people don't want to work. That's not true. They're not getting opportunity as some Indian people is getting. Some of them getting it and they don't know how to use it. They can't manage it properly and what's so forth. So I don't want to get into the part of the politics. I'm saying I'm not going to hit him for that. He's trying. Mr. Ali is trying with that. He did an excellent job in that part of it. But come on, this is the tragedy happened. This is the tragedy happened. First of all, the first thing he should have done as a president asked Edil to step aside. as in that side. And then a board of inquiry, call University Parliament, have the University Parliament call, and let's come to a University Parliament concerning this strategy, how we move forward as a nation, get options involved. Democracy runs in opposition. Democracy is run by the president or the ruling party. That's not democracy. Democracy, when it works, that you could hear the other side of your opponent, what's on the front border, and how we could put it together and help for the good of all Guyanese. You're not president for the people who support you. You're the president, you are a government for all the citizens
Hmm.
of Guyana. This is not something
Hmm.
happened to a cross section of System Guyana. I mean, these people, they were Afro Guyanese on the boat, they were Indo Guyanese died on the boat, there was what we call mixed race, the double. We had all ethnicity on that boat that suffered on this strategy, and then you play politics with it, and then you hear a whole set of sometimes I watch at this TikTok and some the online this internet people coming out there and talking about that trash. I don't like to jump on people live and give my view because I'm not here to fight nobody. I'm not here to lambast the government. I'm here for like people justice. I want my heart cried when I saw that lady was crying. I said, I lose all 7 of my kids. I moved it down. I was weeping. I could not sleep that night. I cried. My heart was bleeding for that family. That
It
lady,
would.
when I
It
saw
would
it.
for any reasonable person. If it in real, then they weren't human who heard stuff like that and, you know, didn't react to it in such a very sad event.
So again,
That's
I
a
don't.
whole family get wiped out there, you know.
Yeah,
And the
and
way
I
she's
told
saying
her.
they were sleeping here, she see them, and 1 second they disappear. She look for them, and they both turn. I mean, the whole sequence of events is that people should never die that way, or die. You know, I mean, go through that kind of problem.
And then people is twisting this thing and making a political charade. Um, who is PPP supporter, who not supporting Ali, who not this number supporting Ali and supporting PPP and supporting Mohammed and supported Abu. This is about supporting ones who suffer in that tragedy. The people who live to tell the tales, the family who's hurting. Bring and you know what bothers me the most? It's a shame I should have got that recording and posted on my TikTok and Facebook page or whatever I have. And when they nail, they make what you call I don't know what's that man. They took plywood and put that corpse in the body and demoralize the family and send that person those body. At least do the dignified thing. The people died. Give them a dignified funeral. How much is that? I didn't want a casket. How much is a decent box in Guyana? How much? I've been there for a while. How much is a
I
decent
hear your
box?
point. There's dignity, and then they come out and say, "Well, let him remain out at sea. It will be a mourning sight," and that kind of insultive alternative. You know, the cheapest, least problematic alternative, and then people say because they're native Amerindians, you treat them like garbage.
No, and then the other set of people said the excavator cover these people. Where's the dignity? There's a
Dignity.
whole
This
lot
is
of guys.
human life. You won't even treat a dog like that. You know. I did
And
say
then and
that
then
on one program. That is what also
and then
motivated me to get involved to find out what the hell is going on here. Now I know the government
and
is
then
spending a lot of money on PR and on consultants. I mean, don't they consult? I mean, you don't need consultants to tell you what is wrong or what is right. But the response of
then
the government here and this minister, Ejil, um, it leaves a lot to be desired. Leaves a lot to be desired. The way
and
he
you're
come
so right.
abusing those people and curse them out and as if they were wrong, you know, to bring up this about that. They shouldn't complain that the
And
family died.
he
Shut your
said
mouth.
people spreading false. He said it is false rumor. He said rumor. People put a rumor out there and misled the. He said this is the exact word. It's rumors and people who misleading the community has to be dealt with severely according to
Yes,
the
and
law.
then some people talked to some minister came out and said you could be charged for some offense. I don't know where she pulled that one out from. If you talk and you give wrong information, I mean, this is a hundred people die. People are suffering. People are dying. People have died. People have lost dignity. Have lost their kids. And you tell them shut your mouth up and don't talk about it.
People run, and I don't. People would jump out and out of not ignorance, about the hurt and the is and anxiety and anxiousness and set things that supposed to be said because they're working, right? Those are cycle. You go to psychiatrist, they tell you that all you said is out of emotion, out of
Yeah, they
pain and
need
anger.
counseling. Trust me, I mean, all of them need counseling and help and medication and like you said, the casket. You get them, and you give them some money. I mean, this whole thing was rolled out in a very awful way, and with poor hindsight, expecting it to go away, and then commissioned at a level where I don't know. You were right about sending these people on leave. They still got to pay. They still get a salary. President Ali should have said, "Listen, the buck stops with me. I was away when this thing happened. Now that I've come back, the two of you got to go on leave, or you, Edgel, got to go on leave, and I'm sending you on leave for your own good and for my party's good and for my good as president here. I'm the president. It's the buck
Not
stops
for
with me,
not for his good, but for the good of the country,
and the good
the
of the
people.
country. The nation comes before you, sir. Wherever
Yes,
part you're there in
yes.
England or where you come from, the good of the country comes above you and me. So you step
You
aside.
put the Yeah, you put that to serve for the good of the
He's still getting
country.
his salary. He getting time to do what he got to do. And then
Yes,
the
but
president now will convene an impartial inquiry and get to the bottom of this thing. And that way, you don't have this him being a cross on your back. He's like an albatross on his back.
you see, Mr. Baldeo, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Sometimes we were brainwashed and we were told, who would it benefit? And this is politics, pure politics now. Who would it benefit to play the race game in Guyana? When the Indo-Guyanese is over 51% or 48%, whatever. The African is about 33%. The mixed race and everybody comes in the 13% ratio. Who would it play? Who would it benefit to raise the ugly race bait game that was played out in Guyana for 28 years under Bonham and under PPP, and then it goes on for 50 something years now, 60 years. Who would it benefit if people want to vote as a black, whether you're Indian or Afro Guyanese or indigenous or whatever? Who would it benefit?
Correct.
That's an easy math. So if you are saying you want to unite the country, you want the best for Guyana, you have Guyana that you have, and you people voted you to represent them. You do the right thing. The right thing now is to allow they should just step aside and Indar step aside and have an independent investigation done. Bring who you want to bring, but Guyanese should be a part of that board of inquiry. What took place?
Yeah, you
This
have to
is
have
this is
like I
what
said, you have a lot of local experts there, people who have plowed those seas, people know that place like the back of the hand. Those are the people you need if they're gonna get big wave. Like they said, somebody said it was a big wave that come, and you will have people plow the sea that no, we don't see them kind of big waves to overthrow no ferry in all my 20 years or what have you plying that route. So these are the people that are scared and they don't want to keep out. But these are the fact finding commission people that you must have. Open up the commission, open it up, and have more than five people there. Have people from Guyana also. Those
so
people can't tell me about Guyana. They can't tell us about Guyana.
all 500 people invite is foreigners. It's not Guyanese. It's people from different parts of the world.
Right,
From
right.
different,
Hmm.
yeah. You know, so how are you going to do an inquiry in something that's happening in Guyana? I don't care how much expertise they have internationally, but you need people, homegrown people, to give you the actual on the ground facts and scenario that plays out in every area, like in the corruption field in Guyana. The captain of that boat, he was a captain, and he could say, "Oh, I could attest to whatever you find in this was in my era or my period of working for the government or captain in this boat or whatever or whatever position you hold. This is my experience. I'm gonna say this on the oath."
Hmm.
So that a statement there is in defining on the oath he's saying these things. not to berate the government or be the government or bring up
Well, I
funds.
have him down
And
as if I'm going to try this case or I'm going to have a team of lawyers. I have him down as witness number two. Witness number one is a wreck of the Barima. Witness number two is that same captain there. I forget his name now, but I have a statement. And the third person is the same Frank Roll. Frank, who was on spot and said how the captain keep loading his boat and his boat there right down to the water's edge and all these kinds of things. You know, these are three solid witnesses you got to show that it wasn't a natural disaster. It was an act of God or the devil, as people like to say. It wasn't a huge tidal wave. It wasn't an earthquake, and people died, and it was due to
and,
recklessness and
and
negligence.
then and then because even if they want to go to trial before, then you could ask the trial judge or the people there. So it was alleged that the boat don't have an anchor by the captain. Let us bring the boat up and see if that's true. So we can put that in the file
Yeah, well, the
because of that.
anchor, the holes in the boat, the recent stuff, all those salt waters are very harsh, and that's why the government should bring up this boat because if the salt water bring more holes, it's against the government's case. So say you were floating them on jail, you were plying a boat that got all these holes. You know, it was clearly unfit. It can be in a worse condition. It'll be such a sight for the press to say this is the boat which the minister commissioned. And he used to hold his parties on the MA militia. What a shameful thing this is. And then he said he couldn't finish the wharf. The wharf not finished yet for anchor this. And he had this boat that carried people for 3 years. This
For
thing come in
years.
2022, right? Or 23, some 22, I think. $12 million US to spend on this boat and buy it from India.
Well, listen this. 3 years they can't get a wharf built and to mow that boat or fly within 3 years.
It sounds so
So
ridiculous, you know?
how long? That's what I wanted to know. 3 years. You
And I
can't.
think the Harbor Bridge, that Barajagio Bridge, built in less time. How long it take for build a bridge?
That's a year, man. That bridge was
So you can build. I
a
mean,
year.
look how shameful and disgraceful this is. A lawyer take a picture and carry it to court and say this was built in 1 year. You bring the engineer to testify, and you said this is birth. They can't get it done in 3 years. You know how shameful that would look. You know how
And,
shameful that would look, and how
and
guilty you would look in a situation like that. That you're deliberately making money on the side for this white clothes parties and all this big fancy wine
but
and so on.
no, that, 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 that is not the boat they buy for that. They buy for the royalty or the dignitaries or the higher ups and the elites of Guyana who was within a certain circle and could afford. Because you can't jump me and you ordinary guys cannot jump on a boat for have a party, because the entry cost is about $100,000 to
Okay.
get on that park. The entry cost.
And I imagine
What
there
is
would be a
that?
guest list there, a manifest, huh?
Yeah. So you understand what's going on there? It's for the big boys there that in the circle that making the money and who affiliated with certain people. Those are the guest list to give me entitled for entry on the boat.
So they make more
And
money on that than the MV Barima because like half the people who sail on the MV Barima don't pay.
well, exactly $3,000 for ticket for a BNB Barima, and then to get on the boat, the captain and people, the people don't have a master, everybody who's involved in the ring, they take a 1,500 or $1,000 for people and put them on the boat without nothing, put them on the manifest and no ticket is nothing because nobody checks afterward.
My
When they come
goodness.
out, you don't have a ticket when you come out at India that you are the person and you reach and have your ticket and
But
you
why are Guyanese seeing this brother as a PPP, PNC, or win issue or APNU issue? Why don't they see this as a Guyanese issue where we got to come together and lift our country up? No pun intended. Because you got to lift Barima and you got to lift the country. Why is it they can't see it?
I'm going to give a little story that the government just put out there. They bought 4,000 body camera for the traffic police system, right? Keep them
4,000.
on the road. 4,000. The Ali came out Ali mouth stuff. I wasn't looking at one press conference. He bought 4,000 camera when I don't know when a couple years ago. When he get it back here, I don't know. And he said they have 4,000 cameras that they bought. How much of those cameras is used? Because the police is still collecting, traffic police still collecting private people on the road. you know, um, the one with the camera collects a document and hand it off to the other police at the side. The camera is not on.
The captain's not
And
on. Oh, okay, okay. Uh-huh.
there's two of them now there in the traffic stop. No one. They will get
Oh, I
billed.
see. So one has it on and one has it off. Take a
And you know
bribe.
that.
Officer take a bribe, on gonna be off. Right? I don't see some of
But I
these
have,
Guyana comedies, so
listen,
I laugh.
listen. I have people in Guyana who have minibuses, and I talk to them frequently on a daily basis because I'm a part of the investment here. I help them. I'm now I'm looking for anything, but I said, how that's how the thing is run now. You know, they're smart. We got other things in place. You know. So they take it a bribe. One collect the document. You show you collect the document. Talk to you in the camera. That's recorded. He hand it off the other police to check if the thing is inside.
Okay.
Why?
I
Why
don't
did
know
he?
why our people look. We come and we work our tails off in America, right? You gotta, as you know, and as you told
Yeah.
me, everybody that come here, whether you're a cleaner or a doctor or a lawyer, what the hell you may be, you gotta work hard and you gotta push 7 days a week. I pushed in my hours and so on. But I don't know how Guyanese can't see this thing as a united front for all of us. Why they see each other so different? Probably because they're not exposed to what we have to go through here that unites us as minorities, that we are the underdogs. No matter what color we are, what race we are, we're all immigrants and they broad brush us. Guyana still got that kind of misconceptions about how people treat you, second class, orphan, you know, and how they maintain power here. And we're just like, what you call legal slaves, paid
I
slaves in America.
I have a little thing about where I'm living in Schenectady here. I'm going to tell you something. There was a youngster was
A young
doing
who?
his a
Teacher?
youngster from no a college. He was doing his masters.
Oh,
He
okay.
had a he had he was doing his thesis, and he he chose Schenectady to do his thesis, and he came here and investigate what was happening here, and from when he went back some years, and he had the literature whatever from the city hall and everything, and he have everything together. I have that document. I would like to send you it. I'm gonna see how I screenshot it. I have it somewhere in my phone store, the store, and I have it in a file. Um, he wrote an article about um, Guyanese, the culture, what the people bring to the table, what Guyanese does here, and it was a phenomenal thing that he wrote with a white guy. And he
Yes.
said, because how he chose to do his master's and do his thesis about it, because he had a Guyanese friend on campus in college, and she was telling him about her culture, her diversity, where she came from, or what the culture and the corruption and the bribe will bring them over here and blah blah blah, all the good things and how we come here and the little towns connection she belongs to and the guy that was her story. He explained that in his thesis that how he meant to do his thesis on and he did something about crime, the crime rate, the Guyanese population over here, the crime rate, Guyanese here, crime rate did not even inflated. It went down since Guyanese come to Schenectady. The crime rate went down dramatically, and the place is turned not upside down, we did put it better by 100% from when based on what his analogy, he saw pictures and he put everything together. Man, is an article it's gonna blow your mind that to know over here that somebody could write that and do a thesis, submit it for the master's degree, um, and he studied the culture of Guyanese and
Oh yes,
Schenectady.
I think I came across that. It was a very beautiful written thing. Yes, he did a lot of research. He did a research right
Yes,
here in Little Guyana. I think he interviewed me too. He mentioned my name in it as a person who's put Guyana on the map here, and I was very
yes,
impressed. But we've come of age, and nobody can deny us this now. You know, right now we got Little Guyana is on the map. Just as Schenectady going to be on the map as probably another Guyana there. Little Trinidad is on the map. Little India. They're beginning to recognize all these communities, and they show up in the demographics and the statistics. And there's no way they can
Yes,
continue to keep us out. Right
yeah,
now,
exactly.
Schenectady is very much Guyanese controlled and owned.
Listen, I'm going to tell you a little thing that I did research over here. Oh, I think the population here is 6,000 Schenectady.
How
Um,
much? 66,000?
that's the last census that they did, like a few years ago. But now, since after COVID, we have a gush of Guyanese came up here and started buying up properties left, right, and center. The property price, when I moved here, my acquired price was 60,000. Now my property, I'm getting cash out for 500,000. You
Wow.
look at that.
And the two
You look
family
at that.
or two bedroom, three
I
bedroom
look.
or what?
I no. I live in a residential, 5 bedroom residential area. I live in this Cuyuna zip code. It's concerned of it's more not the upscale, but it's not in the Schenectady County. I live in this Cuyuna County.
But that's
North Schenectady.
comparable to that's comparable.
So I'm saying I'm just not out of the handle of Schenectady, the border zone in this Cuyuna. Um, so it, it, um, when I bought my property was 60,000. I did some major work on it, whatever. But
Hmm.
now in that neighborhood, if you don't pay for 500,000, 600,000 for property, you don't move it. And when I bought, it was the 150 zone, 200. Mine was not so great. I put a lot of work into it. I now I'm getting cash offer for 500,000.
Wow.
500,000. So I'm telling you, it came along so quickly. The community has grown, and on the other side, you can go to the city hall and you get a property 16,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 in city hall, but you have to show them $58,000 that you have that money in the bank cash that you're gonna bring out the building. They give you 1 year to refurbish it, six
Wow.
months at a time, up to a year that you're gonna bring it back on the market, and the city hall gonna find people to put inside Section 8. You will DSS and then got people line up for you. But only those are investment property. And you have to show them that you have this money or you have the line of credit that you go get it, that you go put this property back on the market. 15,000, 10,000, 12,000, 20,000, depends on the area. And see, but those are all gone now. Guyanese bought them up left, right, and center. Guyanese are the landlord of Schenectady, trust me. They are. And I applaud them for coming. Some people leave Richmond, whatever they came from, and all the other places in Guyana, whatever, and they start to buy up 3, 4, 5, 6 property. Right now, I normally the guy I know from living in Queens, York, got a couple duplex and 3 or 4 family in Queens, York. He said he want to get out of that, and he got about 12 duplex up here that he's renting. It's costing cheaper to own, cheaper, and the rent price gone up. Let me tell you, demand for houses here. Prior to now, when I came up here, you could have rent a whole house for $500 or $600. Now
Hmm.
rent a 1 bedroom for $500 now.
I
Share
see.
apartment. You see what I'm telling you?
Demand and
But
supply. Well, it shows that the population is thriving and the economy is heating up, and
yeah,
that a
so
lot of
it's a
people are
really
going, they're
thankful.
doing well.
So when people come and so when I have pictures and videos when I first come up here of the Schenectady company community, I drove around and I took videos on each each place like Mount Pleasant, State Street region, um, one everywhere, Hampton Hills, the Broadway, and it got so much area. I went down and I took videos of it, and I specifically named it rather take short videos and showing the neighborhood and whatever. Not every house and whatever, just neighborhood. Now, when I could go back now and do a new set of videos in the same area, and you would have seen what had happened. It transformed. Chinese Kingdom Operating Center, it transformed this community. And that's why City Hall every day is finding ways to raise its tax rate. Now, prior to then, Schenectady used to have a blanket tax, property tax and whatever,
Hmm.
and you could have put out all your furniture and put out your appliances and they collected everything. Now you have to pay if you put out a microwave, you gotta pay $10. A sticker has to be on it for $10 in order to pick it up. If you put out something with a sticker in it on collector, you got collection day, and you put a chair out or a stool out, and you don't have $5 stick on it, and the inspection put pass around, they took a picture of it in front of the house, and they said they'll take it up $50 in the mail, you have to pay. So they find ways now to collect more taxes because the place is populated, people moved in, things went changed from when they were begging people to come, when Bloomberg bring people with buses, Guyana, from Little Guyana and Queens, buses, Bloomberg brought Guyanese by buses and come over up there and said, listen, you guys come and invest here. He didn't give it up for free. But that's the mentality of every American I saw and every American people that I saw, be it black, white, or whatever. They said, oh, you guys getting money from the government to come on my properties, can it be? And
Mm.
you'll be helped. You know, that's what they use. But they don't become, we work hard. We don't go to the coffee shop every day and Starbucks for $10. We buy a bottle of coffee and a tin of milk, and we get coffee for a whole week or a month with that. We don't go
Hmm.
spend $10 a day on Starbucks. I used to tell my friends and my co-worker workers that, you know how I save $300 a month? I buy one bottle of coffee and a bottle of creamer, and I make my coffee every morning or whenever I need it. And you only cost me $5 for a bottle of Nescafe or whatever I drink, whatever quality. And I'm going to buy my creamer for $6 or $7 and it'll last me for a month. They'll load your coffee. But you go every morning and you buy what you call it, a Dunkin' Donut, or you're buying a Starbucks for $10 and $15 with a bagel and you combine it with it, and that's your pay. You do that for 20 days for the month, can make more money. You're talking about
Yeah, you
this.
made a lot of points. Guyanese have made a lot of sacrifices. West Indians, Caribbean people, Indians, people from all over the world, immigrants, and they've shown America their own values on how to live well and do this and so forth. You know. Well, brother, it was nice
Right.
talking to you tonight. I'm trying to go and get something to eat now. It's after 1. I will try and come on
I,
back tomorrow the next day. It's good that we share these things and let's keep abreast of the news and keep a look. But how would you know when to come on though? Does it signal you that I'm on live or?
uh, because I join you and I'm in your fan club. So when you come down, it send me a message.
Okay, very good. So that way you're gonna know when to come on so you can go on. I was trying to get some other people, but what happened? I called them on too late. I gotta start earlier. And then as news
So
develop, we'll keep everything involved. But we're gonna keep an eye on what's going on in Guyana. We're gonna keep on top of things.
So
And
listen, if your viewers, if you tell them to click follow, and then when they click follow, they go on your page and join your fan club. Click on the fan club,
yes,
automatically when you come on, there's a message gonna show once they're online. If
right.
they're not online, they will not know
So they can
unless they
join
put
my fan club. The first thing viewers have to do
yeah,
is join my fan club, which I'm now asking them to do. So that way they become a member of my group then.
yes, automatically when you come on,
When
there's a
it
message
comes
saying
on, you will get notification. It's on this Barima tragedy,
yeah,
basically, and another things like when they had we didn't talk about that today, Sergeant Ramprasad, a Trinidad hero. People only know us when we die and die for this country, then they celebrate us. But they have to understand that immigrants have died for America, Guyanese, Trinidadians, people from India, all over the place, immigrants, Latinos. We have all built this country. We deserve the right and the pride, and we fought with dignity and pride and professionalism. Too many times we get a short end of the stick, and people disrespect us. But that is wrong, and we therefore ask everyone to look at us fairly, look at us objectively, give us our due. And we respect you. We don't practice any kind of racism or discrimination, and that by the same token, nobody should be doing that with us here. They should recognize we came here and that we've earned the right, and we pay a lot of taxes, and we uplift this country. And that is what America is about, and we're proud Americans. Although we may be talking of Guyana, we still demand and command respect because this is where we work and we earn and we pay. But we also like to see justice done in our motherland, and that is what this is about also. So feel free to join, please, and then join us, and then we'll select folks to come on, like I did with this gentleman here, so that we can come in and have a discussion. You can give us news, give us updates, so we can all know what's going on. So, okay, brother, you stay well, and thank you for your contribution tonight. You hear?
yeah, thank you very much. You keep up the good job. Your program is very informative. It's so sad that I scroll through to other pages and have people having what you call this whole charade of bashing people and talking a setup on not utter nonsense, and they have a big fan club, people watching them. But this is very educational, and I hope people could to spread the word, tune into what's happening. Um, I know some people don't want to dwell on these things for long because it hurts and it bothers them and they frame of mind. But here we could change that by addressing what's happening now, and for the good of, because I'm 100% sure 99% of the people that live abroad have some linking or family or relatives back in Guyana. And if this come home to it when unless something hit home, you don't understand how much it hurts. And then for these people hurting, I am patriotic guys. It don't have to be my immediate family or my sibling or somebody that I know. Um, this hurts. And this, the way the government and with the way is handled, that what draws me my attention. That what draws me to if I could do anything to help bring about closure to this situation.
Peace, closure, yes,
Yeah,
understanding.
yeah,
And
yeah.
they're Guyanese, and therefore, if we turn our back on our own, then who else we not gonna turn our back on? You know.
Exactly. Then people say, "Oh, I am X, Y," and they could boost all of it. Yeah, but this is a tragedy happen, and you're gonna talk down against somebody
Right.
that hurt you.
And take
Um,
political side. There's no make no sense you to take
no,
PVP, PNC, APNU,
no.
win. This is not no party. This is bigger than any party. This is bigger. This is Guyana
That
here right now we're facing.
that's what
Ground
that's what
zero Guyana.
to close it off. My whole take on it is that too quick the government went and put us aside this thing and tried to lay the blame on lower set of people instead of coming and find out what happened and find a solution and bring closure to the matter. They tried to cover their ass, and that's what bothers me. Um, I was part of the system prior I moved into overseas. I was also affiliated with the PPP. And I didn't break ranks, but this course, this is injustice is done to these people, and I was wondering if in any way my capacity that if I could help um, bring a set of lawyers or a set of people, legal mind people to come out and we I don't mind contribute any form, monetary or my time or however, to help these people, everybody that is in this court, this beer court, and this tragedy that happened to be properly compensated and properly address them and help. For most of all, um, immediate, immediate satisfactory by helping these people to get counseling. Therapy. I hear people talking about have therapists, to have that. And yet, I was looking at different aspects that when Muhammad was going around, and people said people talk to them and they send the loved one's body in boxes and put together plywood and all kind of, and the dignity and they show that thing hurts. When I see the babies floating, it hurts. Again, as a patriotic guy, I'm not lambasting the government. I'm not going against anybody. All I want is to do the right thing. And as legal minds come together, don't wait wrong. Because that's a hurt people live for the rest of their life, and they should be compensated. You Julie, I rightly said.
And you know what? This money is not coming from their own pockets. This is coming from the government of Guyana. This is the people's
And
money, the taxpayers' money. This is not nobody taking. They're lucky that's not nobody suing them personally. This is coming
but,
from the
but,
government. Why are they behaving like this?
but all they're doing now is trying to score political points because the
Yes, and
government is
it's foolish to do
up on
that
the
because
ass.
people are not stupid. Sometimes I wonder if people underestimate the intelligence of their fellow beings. This thing is there for everybody to see. The more you pretend you don't see it, the more you keep away, the more you come up with these um, foolish suggestions on all the things. I'm talking about the government now. They will look very bad, and you're ruining your whole ability to stay in government because people are not going to vote you back in, and this is how you're going to do things.
Anyhow, Mr.
Baldeo. Mhm.
Baldeo, yeah, I saw earlier there were some people in your chat was saying asking you could you address the influx of. Well, ice in your community over there or whatever. But that's a topic of a different time.
Yeah, we'll
And
talk about that.
let's
But let me assure people there's no influx of ICE right now. They have a reason that people try to create hysteria. I think they'll just like attention, as they know ICE has always has the ability to arrest anybody. However, I have gone all over the community and told them about their rights. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. If ICE comes knocking at the door, they have to have a warrant to enter your house. If you think they come to give somebody come to bring you a plate of food or fancy food and you open the door, then you don't know America. Nothing good comes through the mail. Nothing, or except to pay a bill. Nothing comes good to your door. People don't give out free food in America. You don't have to open your door. Same thing with the building inspector. They're coming to inspect your basement. You have an obligation. Your home is your castle. Mind your own business. Don't squeal on the neighbors. Don't report illegal basements or structures. Do not report your illegal status. Mind your own business. Go about your business. Live and let live in Guyana. Our most problem is when our fellow Guyanese and Caribbean people report each other with ICE and also report basements. ICE is always wrong. Just walk and mind your own business. Don't drink and drive. Stay out of trouble. And the most important thing is remember this, if you don't remember anything else from the show. Your home is your castle. You do not have to open your door. ICE can't just break open your door and come and arrest you without a warrant, or the building inspector or anybody else, or the police. Know your rights and know that you have a Fifth Amendment right. I don't have anything to say. I want to have my lawyer present. That is your God-given right. So respect that right. And if you don't learn anything else from the show, learn that tonight. I have a right to a lawyer, and I'm invoking that right now. Stop speaking. Okay, folks, this is and as we go along, I'll educate you more on these basic rights. And we'll come back and talk about that. And we'll talk about ICE probably in the next show because that's something that I have to address. I'm glad you brought it up, brother. So people can know to protect themselves also from ICE, building inspector, violation, city, and so on. All right, so we can be in touch then. You hear? And remember, I'm doing this thing for free. I am trying to help the community of Ghana. I'm not looking for money, but I'm looking for them to get justice over there, just like I do over here. You know, God has blessed me in many ways, and I thank you for the strength. And I continue to do my public service. I don't look for money in these things. This is standing up for the people, and you can't put a value of money for that. So God bless you all, and may we continue to strive and live together as a community and as people in this great land and in Guyana.